bianco.
Poi avanti, queste successive.
Direi di sì.
Ok.
When they No, I will sorry. So, thanks very much for being back here after the very nice welcome cocktail that our local organizers prepared for us last evening. I am sure you enjoyed it as much as I did, with all the artists that performed for us, the very good food, the very good wine, and the amazing ice cream, which is particularly my cup of tea. So, welcome to the plenary session that we will have this year in our annual meeting. This is the general program that we will have this morning. By the way, I should be wearing this T-shirt, but I was given it just last minute, so I didn't have the chance to see if it was my right size, but we want to advertise very much that we are launching a new section in our animal journal dedicated to insects as livestock. So imagine I am wearing it, if you can. So, well, as I was saying, for the plenary session today, we have a quite busy program. First, we will start with a presentation of the Italian animal science and animal production environment. Then we will have the central topic of our plenary today, which is reassessing our relationship with farmed animals. And we will have a coffee break in the middle of, after the third presentation of the 4 invited speakers that we have today, very well-renowned experts on different topics, on different disciplines related to this issue. And we will have a general discussion after they deliver their presentations. And finally, we will have a presentation of Cornelia Metges, who was awarded with the Leroy Award yesterday. So without further ado, I would like to present, if I can go back, our first speaker. As I said, it's going to be an insight of the Italian animal production and animal science environment, and how both of them together contribute to the advancement of the livestock industry in Italy. The presenters are going to be Nicola Macciotta, Marcello Melle, Bruno Ronchi, and Giuseppe Pulina. They are all partners of the local organizing committee, particularly Nicola and Marcello. You saw them today at the welcome ceremony because they are the presidents of the organizing committee, and it's going to be presented by Nicola, who is also the president of the Italian Association for Animal Production. So thanks, Nicola. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Isabel, for the introduction, and again, welcome to everybody to this Congress. So, as usually, I was asked to present devo puntarlo qua. Non aveva caricato, grazie. And first of all, let me thank again all the volunteers, apart from the other people that are involved in the organization and managing of the Congress, of the young people that is working hard during this day to assist you in all the logistic detail of the conference. So the subtitle of my presentation is A Long History Projected Toward the Future. Every country has a long history. Italy has the peculiarity of have a well-documented history. It's documented by written things. It's documented by all the beautiful stuff that you can see also around here and in every corner of our country. And also the animal science history is well documented. This is, for example, one of the first important documents. It's taken from the Re Rustica, which was a huge opera by a Latin author of the 1st century after Christ, Lucio Moderato Columella, that is considered the father of agricultural science. And this is, for example, this part I took in the original language that we were forced to study at school, Latin. This is maybe one of the first detailed report of genetic selection, of combinatory genetic selection. The beautiful thing of having a long and documented history is that you can find also this beautiful landscape. This is, for example, a city that is, if you are staying in Italy and you have the opportunity to visit the center of Italy, this is very close to Campobasso. It's a Roman city that was established in the 1st century after Christ and was the crossroad of the transhumance of animals from east to the west. So there you can see this beautiful landscape with a flock that is grazing in front of just of these beautiful Roman columns. But I don't want to give you a presentation of history, but just to start from what was the... this is the easiest movie to guess, eh? Yes, but they are in increasing difficulty. Rome was not the empire that Rome dominates the world, but the Roman Empire was the world. Because all people that live within the borders of the empire were Roman citizens. So really, this world empire was made by different people, different cultures, different traditions, different ways to manage also animals. And after this dream, that I think there are other examples of at least attempt to replicate a world empire also during these times. After the disgregation, also Italy became as a small picture of that big empire, with many cultures, many people, due to the invasions, to the migrations, people that arrived with their own traditions and their own animals, their way of thinking. This situation, plus the heterogeneity of the climate areas in Italy, from the Alps to the valleys, to the peninsular climate and Mediterranean climate, contributes to create a further heterogeneity. And the result in terms of animal science is the many different landscapes, beautiful landscapes, and different species, different breeds, different production systems, and different products. I put this, is not easy to guess which animals are these, but I try to put the species and the kind of farming that most characterize every part of Italy, even though they are not exclusive in the sense that you can find dairy breeds all over in the country, but is typical of, for example, of the north, the dairy cattle farming. In the Alps there is also presence of goats, beef cattle in Piemonte, then you move and you find pigs, aquaculture, poultry and rabbits. Then in the center you have again beef cattle and the cow-calf system, and start an important presence of sheep. Then going southwards, there is a peculiar area of the buffalo farming, and then again cattle and small ruminants in the south and the two mainlands. So this heterogeneity that has, as I shown you briefly, a historic basis, can be considered in different ways. Just a few numbers. This is the extension of the country. You can see also the composition in terms of kind of territory. So 23% of plain, 35 mountain, and about 43 hills. Different climate, as I showed you before. More than 1 million of farms, and about 22% are livestock farms. These are the distribution of the kind of livestock farming, as I showed you before, and these are the numbers of the agri-food system, with about 550 billions in 2022, that represent the 15% of the national gross income. And these are the number of farmed animals, about 5,400,000 cattle, divided in beef and dairy, 536,000 of buffaloes, nearly 5,900,000 sheep, 1 million of goats, 8 million of pigs, then horses, poultry, rabbit, and bees. So I finished with the numbers, I promise. Coming back to diversity, so one of the main peculiarities of our country that is not only for animal science, but is for all the society, is the diversity, a great heterogeneity. We are very, very different. I put this two famous scientists, maybe the first one on the left is most famous, because they both approaches to study diversity, but they have a very complete different view of what diversity is and how diversity can be interpreted. They had something in common. Probably some of you know that they were cousins, so they shared genes. They had the same grandfather. But they had very opposite views of seeing diversity. Darwin was a naturalist, so looking difference in shape, in colors, in size, he saw richness. Francis Galton was more, has a statistical background, mathematical background, but he saw diversity, different things, and he wanted to highlight difference and to study eventually the cause of difference. So we can see how we can interpret the diversity of system in Italy is a richness or is a problem, is an entropy. Well, a consequence of the great difference of farming system is the diversity and the richness of food products coming from agriculture. Because Italy has maybe the largest number of PDO and labeled products in Europe. I saw a report of 2022, 853. And that represent 20% of the income of the food chain. So Italy, agriculture is not only labeled product, but is an important part. These are the numbers of the PDO economy. These are the billions of the production, the values. Half of the production is exported. This is the weight, relative weight of labeled production on the agri-food production. These are the number of companies that work there, the number of people that work on the labeled chain, and these are the number of consortia, those that promote label production, that fix the rules and the procedures for obtaining products and protect them from also frauds, imitation, and whatsoever. Just quickly going, you can see that in the category of foods, the largest income comes from animal products, cheeses, and meat-derived products. And if we look at the top 10 food products of the labeled chain, 8 out of 10 are cheeses or mozzarella or ham, mortadella. So this is the point. Our agri-food production is characterized by great heterogeneity, by great diversity, but of high quality. Quality is one of the words that is included in the specific title of the Congress. So we can find the same heterogeneity also in animal science, in the sense these are all the organizations that are involved in research. Well, the biggest part is for universities, but we have also institutions of the Ministry of the University of Education and of the Ministry of Agriculture, like, for example, the National Council of Research or the CREA of the Italian Ministry of Agriculture, then also national and regional agencies that also work together with breed associations, with producers associations, and with industry. As Isabel told before, I'm the president of the Italian Association for Science and Animal Productions. And as the Vice Major said yesterday, our association was established just in Florence. So this is a sign of the destiny. 51 years ago, now it counts about 540 associates, mostly academics, but also people from other institutions or from the industry. ASPA has the common mission of all the scientific association, but it is also owner of Italian Journal of Animal Science, which is a generalist animal journal that is ranked in the first quartile in both categories of animal, agriculture, dairy and animal science, and vet science. Education. The people that work on animal science research came from our education system. Contrary to the heterogeneity that I have exposed before, the class of Italian scientists is mostly educated in Italy, So it's made mostly by Italians. Some of them had the opportunity to go abroad to take a master, PhD, but they are mostly Italian. This is different from what happens in other countries. There are many reasons. Maybe one is the salary, but anyway, I don't want to go in detail. Anyway, we have a huge offer. We have several universities that offer degrees in animal science. In this picture, this was a paper that we published some years ago on animal frontiers about the status of the education in animal science. Here are listed the universities that offer undergraduate courses in animal science. So there are a lot of universities, many people say too many universities. But again, this is diversity, can be considered the richness or weakness, depending on the standpoint. These are some statistics of the Italian community. This was a work that did Giuseppe Pulina, one of the co-authors, which I reported the median of number of papers, the number of citations, age index. So we can consider satisfactory the distribution of bibliometric index that represent a part, not only the system for evaluating a scientific area. Second movie, just dedicated to the changes that the community has seen. This is a little bit more difficult to guess the title of the movie, maybe for young people. We see some changes. I report a few changes. For example, recently there has been a strong reorganization of the breed association system, due to the changes in EU regulation that recently occurs. First, that was coordinated by the Minister of Agriculture. Then we have a vertical structure with some associations that work on the territory. They took the data from their farms, then were sent to the National Association of Animal Breeding, and then moved to the specific breed association. Now the structure is more horizontal, with a larger involvement of the stakeholders, and with a clear distinction between people, the association that make phenotype recording and those that make selection. The community has increased during, here are the statistics of our scientific association. In 51 years, we increased, but it's the same trend that, for example, I think the number of people attending the Eaap Congress has followed. There is a continuous increasing of the size of the community. The community has also changed. When I started the first time, I arrived at that time it was called Institute, no? Now we have department, but in mind we have always the Institute, at least this is for me. There were no females, just males in animal science. So when 51 years ago our association was established, there were the top 28 scientists of that time. 3 were females and 25 were males. Then things have changed. We can see that recently we are approaching the parity. This is a work that has been done by 3 colleagues of our, Lucia Bailoni, Paola Crepaldi, and Anna Sandrucci, that constitute a working group of ASPA dedicated to the gender issues in the animal science. And also it's interesting to notice this picture where there is reported the situation. Now we have, for example, also in the students, the predominant females, and in the positions, postdoc, assistant professors, the predominant is of females. Then we reach the parity at associate professor, and there is the switch in the top position of full professor. There are many reasons. We discussed a lot about that. I think that this is also I'm in this category of old people, usually, and we are also the children of that period in which there were only male in the Institute of Animal Science. This is the most difficult movie to guess, so I don't know if we can put a ticket for the Italian dinner free, but only for people younger than 40 years, yeah? Not for all, okay? So, unexpected challenges. We faced the pandemic just a few years ago, and this is the first Congress we had in Padova in 2021 after the COVID break, so we were enough resilient for these things. Sustainability is one of the challenges. As you have seen, we have a very good production system, with a very different quality products, but during this Congress, there has been a long discussion that will be treated this argument, so I don't want to go in details, but I just want to cite an interesting statement that makes Dr. Leroy in a speech he gave during the ADSA meeting this June in West Palm Beach. And because the discussion is not only scientific, but is mediatic mostly, and it's very difficult for people of science to enter in this and also to discuss in the terms of the media, of the social media, because I think that if a problem is complex, it means that it's complex. So if it is complex, it needs a lot of time to understand, to study, and also to explain to people. So this is why it's very difficult, I think, for us to enter in the usual media discussion. But the only thing that can, or at least one of the only things that can save us, and that Dr. Leroy said, is we have to be transparent, crystalline, as much as possible. Another thing, the role of biodiversity that is related to sustainability. I'm not blaming other people, because I'm the first one. I am a geneticist, so we used to make these wonderful papers with these wonderful pictures, graphs that are plots of principal components and clusters, and we arrived to the brilliant conclusion that Holstein is different from brown, or that breeds in the north are different from breeds in the south. No, this is after a lot of time of calculation, and so that is, yes. I remember a professor that told me, an old professor I had, you spend all this time demonstrating that the Sardinian brown is different from the Sardinian Modicana. I can tell you at the beginning of the stories without making any calculation. Anyway, apart from the joke, we have to work on this. We have to make an effort, because coming back to the questions and to the requirement of the community wants a more sustainable farming system. One way, not the only way, could be also to exploit better the diversity. In Italy, we have a peculiar biodiversity, because we have some local breeds that have important numbers. They are not simply biological curiosity. Anyway, they have the problem of local breeds, so they are less productive, so they are less competitive compared to highly selected. So we have to make an effort to recognize that people that farm these breeds are making an effort and are doing a service for the community. And the community should be aware of this service and should pay the service. This may be a way. Animal welfare, this is taken from my own country. We are very in advance with animal welfare, as you can see. This is very... And, well, there has been a Congress previous of the Eaap, so I don't want to go further in detail. And lastly, the training of young scientists. This is another important point. Young people of every ages, the early 70s, early 90s. Some people are here in of these pictures. This 2000, it's one of the most recent courses we gave in statistics. So we have to make an effort of stimulating young people, so providing them tools and ways to make the world better. But there are some risks. This is not a typical Italian product. This is the salame that is sliced in many slices. No? Maybe many of you understand what I'm saying. So the publish or perish policy, now we are experiencing maybe one of the worst sides. The push for publishing, we are bombed every day of offers to publish papers in Journal of Obstetrics, Gynecology, every subject. We are. You can see, if you look at the careers of young people, a peak, a slope for a lot of papers. So I was one that was very happy when bibliometric index entered in the evaluation of careers. But now I'm not very happy. And this is the word I have created. So I think we have to reconsider the things. It's important to have objective means to evaluate the scientific career. But those are means, are tools, are not the objective. The problem is that now they are the objective. So we have to make an effort and to change our mind. Maybe another challenge of the future is natural versus artificial intelligence. This is a great opportunity for the future, apart that natural intelligence should be always a little step forward than artificial. No? So coming to the conclusion, the dilemma, if it is diversity should be considered as richness or differences, the answer is that richness is gold. So it's better to consider diversity as richness. Thank you for your attention.
So thanks very much, Nicola, for this very interesting overview of animal science and production in Italy. As you well know, here in Europe, you are never isolated, so this was a presentation about the long history of agriculture in Italy, but I was proud to see that the first author that was named in your slides today would have a Spanish passport, because Columela was born when Hispania was part of Rome. We were once part of Rome, but now he would have a different passport today. But that really means that our history, or ancient history, but also our nowadays history is very much linked within Europe and also beyond. And I think we are here in the perfect platform to discuss our synergies, our differences, and learn from each other. So thanks very much. And now we will move to the, to the next part of our plenary session today, which is the core topic of reassessing our relationships with farm animals. Here we will explore this critical topic from multiple angles, highlighting the importance of integrating animal welfare and ethics throughout the whole production chain. This is indeed a very hot topic when we debate about the future of our food systems, and it's not just an issue that concerns farmers and consumers. It goes very much beyond that to the whole citizenship, whether they consume animal products or not. Our approach to the issue must be based on very solid scientific research, but also on education and on well-informed political decisions that take into account that there are many connections between animal welfare, human well-being, and also the environmental health, which is associated to the One Welfare concept. This is strongly linked to the recent conference that we held during the weekend, the welfare and assessment of the assessment of welfare of animals at the farm level, but it goes a bit beyond. Today we will have the 4 speakers that you have on the screen. They are speakers with very different backgrounds, experience, and fields of expertise, but all very well-renowned experts in their topics. And so, as you can see in the screen, they will provide a perspective on animal welfare and how its improvement can contribute to sustainable development. Then we will see the current challenges animal production faces, as seen from the animal advocacy movements, and also how they are addressed by the livestock production industry. And finally, we will see how to balance the economic viability of livestock farming with environmental considerations. So without further ado, I will present our first speaker, who is Dr. Keeling. Linda is a professor of animal welfare at the Swedish University of Agricultural Science. She's an ethologist interested in asking fundamental questions related to social behavior, motivation, and cognition in animals, but also on providing applied questions related to the effects of housing and management on animals. and the development of animal welfare assessment methodologies. Her research involves investigating emotional states in animals, especially positive emotions, the effects of early experience on later behavior, and the role of animal welfare in a sustainable development. So, among other activities, Linda is an independent expert, member of the EU platform on animal welfare, and also editor for the newly formed section of animal welfare and policy in the journal Frontiers in Animal Science. So, welcome, Linda, and please, the stage is yours.
So, thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much to the organisers for the invitation to be here. This title has all the key phrases in my talk today. Scientific perspectives, that's what I was asked to talk about. Sustainable development. I'm going to be talking about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And relationship with animals. And this whole session is on assessing our relationship with animals. In this presentation, I'll be talking not only about individual animals, but also about animal farming generally and about animal production globally. So our relationship with animals in the broadest sense. But it's not a very catchy title. So I have an alternative title that goes straight to the main message in my presentation, which is that animal welfare is part of the solution and not part of the problem. And the problem I'm talking about is this whole area of sustainable development. Animal production sector is under pressure to produce more food, better quality, cheaper prices, but there's a cost. It's responsible for 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions, uses half of the habitable land, and 4/5 of the water consumption, according to this recent article in Nature Food. The welfare of farmers, the welfare of animals and farmers is suffering as well. Everybody wants it to be better. The FAO even calls it that with their 4 betters. European citizens want it to be better, according to the Eurobarometer. And there are agendas and many initiatives to shape the livestock sector. But the underlying view tends to be that animal welfare is one more problem to be solved, as though it's a luxury on top of all the real problems that we have with sustainable animal production today. In my talk, I want to convince you that an animal's welfare is to do with its sustainability, that the animal is at the core. And if we don't get this right, then the rest is not going to be sustainable either. So if the animal is sick or stressed or fearful, then it's not going to be sustainable. This affects the performance and the economy of the farm, the farmer's sustainability. That's the next circle out. And what the resources this farm uses and what it produces, the animal products, but also its waste, impact the sustainable development of our planet, and that's the outer circle. I'm going to move these, they're sort of very strange. Can I move them up a little bit? Oh, is that better? Okay, we carry on. The skills, do you still hear me? Yes. The skills that people working in animal science, people like you and me here in this room today, whether we're nutritionists or geneticists, work with meat quality or behavior or whatever, we have a very important role. In fact, I think we have a responsibility to help farmers, to help them ensure the welfare and sustainability of their animals. Not only for the sake of the animals, but for the selfish reason that it benefits the rest of us humans and our planet. That's what I tried to capture in my original title, when referring to the sustainable development of our relationship to farm animals. it's perhaps ironic that this bleak picture of the state of animal agriculture today is what makes it quite exciting times for us researchers. There are a lot of very interesting multidisciplinary projects out there just waiting for you to write the grant application for them and be successful. So this is how I will structure my presentation. I'm going to start with a background to welfare assessment and then move on to the links between animal welfare and the Sustainable Development Goals, and end with presenting some of our work to identify synergies and conflicts between them, and how I think this method could be used in the future. And if you need more convincing about the important role that we animal scientists have in this future, then this slide is just to push home what a big part farm animals are of our planet. The size of the circle represents the biomass, so the blue is human, green up there in the top is the wild animals, and all these orange circles are different farm animals. And I should say this is only mammals, so my apologies, there's no birds or fish in there. So after that long introduction, I'm going to come back to the scientific perspective and to welfare assessment, which is actually the central part of the history of animal welfare science. People have had a long relationship with animals, they've been dependent on them, which of course means taking care of them. But the term animal welfare really only came to the fore in the 1960s, with the publication of this book, Animal Machines. This book was the first to use the term factory farms, and it tapped into the lack of knowledge in society, at least in Britain, where this book was first published, about how animal agriculture had developed. In short, it had become intensive to produce a large amount of food at more affordable prices. The response of the UK government was to establish a committee under the leadership of a scientist, Professor Rogers Bramble, and they produced the very influential Bramble Report. They were the first ones to really try and describe animal welfare and what it is that people were so concerned about. This is one of their statements. Welfare is a wide term that embraces both the physical and mental well-being of the animal, and this is the important part. Any attempt to evaluate welfare, therefore, must take into concern the scientific evidence concerning the feelings of animals that can be derived from their structure, functions, and also from their behavior. So, research to assess the welfare started, and it's even in an appendix to the report. Now, I'm not sure if they were influenced by Lord Kelvin, but I'm sure you know this quote: if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And so the struggle to quantify animal welfare, or at least indicators of it, is going to be the major theme in my presentation. For example, to answer the question of the concern that people have that animals might be frustrated in these intensive systems, research had developed methods to quantify motivation. This is a very old picture of a hen pushing through a swing door, a weighted door, to get access to different resources, the litter material, nest box, a perch. And it was found that they were very motivated. And researchers found behavioral indicators of frustration that are still used today. This led to an interest in alternative housing systems that contain these resources and the more complex research questions of how to assess and compare the welfare in these different systems. The scientific study became more multidisciplinary, so not only behavior, and some countries even implemented pre-testing of housing systems to confirm that they were okay from a welfare point of view before they could be sold to farmers. So it wasn't farmers that had to identify these problems later on. And now that was just a poultry example, but I'm sure you are aware of the other work with other species. And I just want to remind you that what started in the 1960s is continuing. Society is still driving welfare assessment because now animal welfare can be good business. Or at least welfare scandals are bad business. Can talk about corporate social responsibility and business benchmarking also in animal welfare. And perhaps in the future there'll even be an EU animal welfare label. A lot of discussion, anyway. All these things are dependent on some form of documented evidence, on indicators, on the science underlying the claims, and that's where we scientists come in. Over the years, there's been a large number of welfare indicators, also called animal-based measures, to make it clear that they're coming from the animal, and they've been identified. Things like clinical scoring of injuries, scoring degrees of lameness, types and frequencies of vocalizations, abnormal behavior, etc. And with new technologies in precision livestock farming, even more indicators are being investigated and validated. Now, it's not my aim here to list indicators of animal welfare. Instead, I'll just name a few big EU projects focusing on indicators, like the Welfare Quality Project, the Animal Welfare Indicators Project, the Animal Welfare in Slaughterhouses, Animal Welfare Indicators in Slaughterhouses Project. There are others. The EFSA has got mandates from the EU to look at animal-based measures, and it's had a series of them recently related to the farm to fork framework. And there's been conceptual development on how many indicators need to be measured and from what dimensions or domains to get this holistic view of animal welfare. Indeed, as has already been mentioned, the conference before this one, WAFL, the Welfare Assessment at the Farm and Group level, deals exclusively with welfare assessment, and it shows that this continues to be a thriving area of research. What I will give you, though, are some examples of how the welfare of the individual in the core of my diagram here, the top right-hand corner, can link to the farm and to beyond, to those outer circles, in other ways than the sales of meat, eggs, milk, etc. And so how indicators of welfare can link to the indicators of the three pillars of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. You'll recognize these examples. So high-producing dairy cows manage fewer lactations. There are higher risk of production diseases, mastitis, and the like. There are welfare indicators of this, but the main story here is that these cows need to be replaced. And there are time and not least economic costs associated with raising replacement heifers compared to keeping the original cow for longer. We know that stress affects immunocompetence. Pigs that are stressed need more antibiotics, and we're well aware of the increase in antimicrobial resistance and the threat to future treatment of diseases, which is affecting people globally. Broilers with poor welfare have less effective use of resources, energy, nutrients. So these need additional resources, have to be produced somewhere, somehow. And this means that these resources can't be used for other animals or people elsewhere. So now I'm going to make the transition from sustainability to sustainable development. Now, of course, I'm not the first one to discuss the links between animal welfare and sustainable development. Just a quick search with these two words in the title showed 10 papers, although they're increasingly being cited. This is just an illustration. It's not a proper search, and of course there are many publications that don't have these words in the titles. But there is not as many scientific publications as you think. Most of the literature out there is in reports saying what we should be doing. But in a recent bibliometric analysis, the authors provided evidence that scientists working with animal welfare are increasingly putting the words sustainability in their keywords, so they are thinking about their work in the broader context. And I predict that papers from animal welfare researchers thinking about sustainable development will increase. However, it seems that people working with sustainable development are not thinking about animals. You will recognize these, the Sustainable Development Goals from the Agenda 2030, and the people behind these were not thinking about animals, let alone their welfare. I want you to think back to that picture with the biomass of animals. I mean, heavens, if we don't take these animals, whoops. So this is the common framework here, and I just want to point out to you that you might think that animals are mentioned here, life on land, or here. No, they're not. You might think they're mentioned here. Yes, they are. Fish are mentioned, but mainly in relation to sustainable management and overfishing, not about the individual fish. It is mentioned here, but it's in relation to maintaining genetic resources and productivity. So considering the biomass of farm animals on the planet, if we don't take their welfare into consideration, even if we achieve these specific goals, they may not be sustainable in the long term. Farm animals are just too big a part of our planet to ignore. It wasn't until 2019 in the Global Development Report that animal welfare was recognized as an issue to be addressed by the United Nations. A big step in 2022 when the United Nations Environmental Assembly adopted a resolution on the animal welfare, environment, sustainable development nexus. This resolution notes, and I'll just read it, the health and welfare of animals, sustainable development and the environment are connected to human health and well-being and acknowledges that animal welfare can contribute to addressing environmental challenges, promoting the One Health approach and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, most of you have heard about One Health, but I just want to mention One Welfare, which is growing rapidly in momentum. Unfortunately, not much has happened since this resolution was passed at these higher levels. But in the meantime, research has been going on in this area, but it's all been focusing almost exclusively on the problems in animal production and the ones that we already know about, like greenhouse gas emissions, antimicrobial resistance. I mean, these are super important, don't get me wrong, but they're only part of this bigger picture as highlighted by the Agenda 2030. So, in this last part of my talk, I want to present the method we've been developing to explore in a more systematic way the links between animal welfare and sustainable development, with the long-term aim of guiding research and activities. To put it simply, we've been looking at this arrow in between these two. I'll present what we did, and here are some publications on the method, and while I'm showing them here, it gives me a chance to acknowledge my co-authors in this. And then finally, I'll go on to present some next steps based on what we've learned by doing these and lessons learned, just in case you're interested to adapt this methodology to your research areas and your interests. So the basic idea was taken from research integrating, looking at interactions between existing sustainable development goals and sub-goals and looking for synergies and conflicts. They used a scale from that if the two goals go hand in hand, i.e. if obtaining one goal leads to obtaining the other, then you give it a score of +3, all the way down to if the two goals block each other, i.e. obtaining one cancels out the other, then you give it a -3. And we treated animal welfare like a sustainable development goal. In fact, some have argued that animal welfare should have been the 18th SDG. We asked participants to score how strongly they thought each goal was connected to animal welfare. And we did this in the reverse direction. So to make that a little bit more concrete, if we take this first example of no poverty, we asked people to, if we did manage to end poverty, if this woman had more money or this person was not homeless, do you think that the welfare of their animals would be better, worse, or unaffected? What rating would you give it between +3 and -3? And if we did the reverse, if we improved the welfare of the animals, do you think it would help or would it hinder the move towards ending poverty? What score would you give that? We repeated the question for all 17 SDGs in both directions, and we asked people to think about all species, context and globally, i.e. we were after these general effects. First as a sort of proof of principle, and then later because that was our research question. And of course, this question can be specific to farm animals or to certain species, and I'll come back to that later. I want to report first what we found. So these are the results from our first study, and on the y-axis, you have the effect of achieving the SDG on improving animal welfare, and on the x-axis, the effect of improving animal welfare on the SDG, and the scale is -3 to +3. And the most striking thing is that on average, the scores at the top are all in the top right-hand corner. That means the scores were positive in both directions, enabling or reinforcing each other. Each circle is one SDG. The straight lines are the ranges of the scores people gave, so not everybody was positive. The bigger the size of the dot, the stronger the synergy. Now, it's perhaps no surprise that it's just these SDGs that people thought had the greatest co-benefits with improving animal welfare. But on average, it does seem that the prevailing view, or at least amongst the people that responded to our question, was that animal welfare is part of the solution to sustainable development, or at least there are lots of win-wins. So how might we use this knowledge? Well, we suggest that it might be seen as a sort of map because it can help identify synergies and conflicts between sustainable development and animal welfare. And it can help guide future policy, identify strategic partners, and these can also be research partners. Here, I'm only showing the top right-hand corner of the graph, so the scores going from 0 to +3. And actually, these are the results from our third study, which was carried out at a workshop in collaboration with the World Organization of Animal Health. But it's the same trend as we found before. The first and the most obvious option is to use this map to identify allies working where the strongest co-benefits. And I just want to give one example of this to show what I mean. So I pick up the SDG 3, and you can consider things like zoonoses, a very important area of research, considering preventing future pandemics. You can think of anthrozoology, the study of human-animal relationships, which is perhaps more of what some of you thought I was going to be talking about here, and the One Health and the One Welfare, which I've already mentioned. But we can also perhaps be smarter, and there are perhaps some unexpected potential allies. This is the same data, but now put in a radar plot and separating the lines depending on the direction of the impact. So the blue line are the dots are the improving animal welfare on achieving the SDG, and the green line are the impact of achieving the SDG on improving animal welfare. And the scale is that there's 0 in the middle, and then the stronger co-benefits the further you go out, so +1, +2, +3. The faded, or the circles here, small circles, are around the top scoring SDGs from the previous graph. What I want you to draw your attention to are these new SDGs. These are where the lines overlap also, and where the impact is equal in both directions. So that means that in collaborating with organizations working in these areas, the benefits are expected to be mutual. Not as strong as the first 3, but beneficial anyway. And these are important areas: no hunger, worker environment, climate change. Now, there's a lot of work going on in the area, some of you as well, involved in climate change and in food security. So I'll lift up this one, SDG 8, about decent working environment and economic growth as a potential. Here I can refer to research looking at the working environment of staff at slaughterhouses, or for people catching broilers. It's not easy to be concerned about the welfare of animals when the work's tough. But you can also think about research showing that having your dog at work can increase your effectivity, your job effectiveness, and it can benefit your dog if the option's leaving it home alone. You can also think of new markets and new trade, and maybe there are untapped research potential for projects linked to this area. So the findings from our research in this area is how animals live their lives is affecting our lives, and making it better for animals can also make it better for us also. And what comes out of this analysis is that our relationship to animals, when it's approached systematically, is that there are many synergies, and perhaps we're not always looking in the right directions for those. So if this is a tool to help us make strategic decisions, how might we apply this method further? Although I'm not going to go into much detail, I just want to highlight some steps and some thoughts that might generate interest for you to become involved and to do something similar in your area. So these are the steps I'll talk about, but the first one, that our research question defining was very specific. We asked about all species and globally. But in the next step, I think we could implement it in a more specific context. Some work related to antimicrobial resistance, not the same approach as ours, since it's based on a systematic review, which restricts it to the ideas already out there in the literature, but it's a good example of work trying to structure up these relationships. There's also a lot of work on holistic view and one welfare on working equids, and we've looked at that, and also salmon farming in Norway together with students on a PhD course. Always good to do pilot studies with students. I suggest it's going to be important to have sufficient diversity of people doing the scoring so that all the relevant issues are addressed. In our studies, we've only asked scientists and vets, and that's been our target group. But even here, we found some regional differences, and differences according to the income and the economic level of the country. And this is to be expected given perceptions of animal welfare vary. So it's going to be really important when scoring to capture the relevant cultural and stakeholder views for the research question that, and for that context. And we presented individual scores because we were interested in differences between peoples. And I suggest that when we're using this tool, that it's an iterative process involving researchers and then involving searches for evidence that can refine the scoring, and as we move towards consensus, some sort of Delphi process or that type of thing. The aim is to have a map that's as factually based as possible. And there are many ways to visualize these links. It doesn't have to be the radar plot we used. It could be a heat map or whatever. And it's probably not going to look the same as our original map. But that's what you can use to identify these research areas, the potential research collaborators, policy allies. And once these strategic decisions have been taken of where the areas of interest, then you can go on to identify the indicators. And perhaps, we could say that what we can use this is to which areas of our relationship to animals do we want to reassess. And then you're going to set these appropriate indicators, science-based ones, and compare approaches forward. I'm personally going to be much more interested in putting my research effort where there are more benefits, the win-wins from my map, and we're going to be working on this on some specific context. I know we have to make these trade-offs, but it seems more important to be making progress, at least in some of these areas quickly, because at the moment I feel we're getting bogged down in the problems and not on the solutions. So my last slide, in conclusion, I think we do need to assess our relationship to animals. How animals live their lives is affecting our lives, and I believe that making it better for animals can make it better for us. The lack of a systematic approach to assess the strength of the relationship between animal welfare and sustainable development has led to us focusing on certain conflicts. Animal welfare as part of the problem and not as part of the solution, rather than working on the areas of synergies. There is a good toolbox of animal welfare indicators out there, and these can be used in combination with indicators of the environment and sustainability to monitor progress. Remember the quote, "If you can't measure it, you can't improve it." I think the problem is that we're overwhelmed by the magnitude and the complexity of the problems in animal agriculture and the problems with sustainable development. And I think animal scientists have an important role in identifying these fruitful areas of research, ensuring valid and reliable science-based indicators so that we can monitor the progress. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Linda, for a very enlightening talk. I am sure you have many questions for Linda, but please save them for the general discussion that we will have when the 4 speakers in this plenary have presented. So we will move to the next speaker today. She will be Dr. Elena Nalon. Elena is a veterinarian and a passionate advocate for farmed animals. She graduated in Padua University and obtained her PhD in veterinary sciences, particularly in pig welfare, from Ghent University, and at that time she already presented her work in our Eaap annual meetings. She is also a European veterinary specialist in animal welfare who has worked for over 10 years as a veterinary advisor with the Eurogroup for Animals. They are dedicated to lobbying the European institutions to improve legislation and policy on farmed animal welfare. Among other research interests, she is now investigating different avenues to maximize the impact of research on public policy. So welcome to the stage, Elena.
Thank you. Bear with me while I prepare a cozy corner. Okay, thanks so much for the introduction and for inviting me to give this plenary speech today. I took this commitment very seriously, as the topic of the session is not only at the core of my job, but it is also my passion. Grazie mille agli organizzatori per avermi invitata. Before I move on to introduce my organization and the theme of my talk, I'd like to say a few words about myself for those of you who do not know me, and I expect it's the majority. I studied veterinary medicine because of my love for and interest in animals. Like many others, I fell in love with James Herriot's endearing accounts of his life as a vet in the Yorkshire Dales, and I dreamt about becoming like him, driving from farm to farm in my Jeep, accompanied by my dogs, to help farmed animals in need. Little did I know at the time that the veterinary and animal production industries were already undergoing rapid and dramatic changes, and that the world described by James Herriot was lost forever. One day we went on rotation at a pig farm where the staff were castrating young piglets. It was a rude awakening, and one I will never forget. We had just studied multimodal analgesia and anesthesia protocols for companion animal surgery, and yet the piglets had no right to any of that. I refused to carry out the procedure, and I still find it profoundly problematic that to this day it is still lawfully carried out without pain relief on tens of millions of piglets across the EU every year. That episode was one of many that led me to pursue postgraduate studies in animal welfare science. And ultimately, it was what led me to work alongside hundreds of other organizations to advocate for a shift in mentality when it comes to the treatment of farmed animals, sentient beings who deserve good lives and respect. Today, I will introduce you to our organization, Eurogroup for Animals, and share the concerns of the animal advocacy movement on the animal welfare crisis that we are facing. I will explain our vision for the future of animal farming by 2050, but I would also like to reflect with you on how animal welfare science can increase its impact by engaging with civil society, drawing upon an ongoing discussion on scientific advocacy. By the end of my talk, I hope that some of you will be intrigued, and others possibly even inspired to act. But let me start by telling you about Eurogroup for Animals and what we do. Eurogroup for Animals is the pan-European animal protection organization. We are based in Brussels, and we have 100 members across 26 European countries and internationally. Our vision is for a Europe that values and respects animals as sentient beings, and our mission is to work together with our network in the interest of animals to achieve better legislation, the highest possible standards, stricter enforcement, and to drive societal change. Although my presentation today focuses on farmed animals, within my organization we have dedicated areas of work covering all domains in which animals are used for human benefit. Our work has three main pillars that are strictly interconnected. We represent civil society at EU level, so we lobby the European institutions to ensure that animal welfare is taken into account when adopting policies affecting animals. We also organize awareness-raising campaigns and calls to action aimed at the general public or policymakers in close cooperation with our members. We are extremely good at what we do. To give you about 3 recent examples, these are the last European citizens' initiatives that reached the required signatures to be validated by the European Commission. The ECI and the KJH collected 1.4 million signatures to ban the close confinement of farmed animals. Save Cruelty-Free Cosmetics collected more than 1.2 million signatures to obtain stricter rules on the use of animals in cosmetic and chemical research. And Fur-Free Europe collected more than 1.5 million signatures to ban fur farms and fur products from the EU market. These successes were made possible because the times are ripe. Societal expectations on the treatment of animals are evolving. The public wants to see animals better treated and better protected. Wherever we look, there is massive support among our citizens for a profound reassessment of how we use animals for human benefit. The last but not least important pillar of our work is the exchange of information and best practice. We aim high for the animals, and we are also science-driven in what we do. My organization currently has 6 veterinarians and 3 PhDs among its staff, and many of our members have dedicated research departments in-house. But to delve into the theme of today's plenary, we do have a vision for how our relationship with farmed animals should be reassessed, and we recently formalized it. And here it is. In short, we collectively envisage a future by 2050 where we have increased awareness and knowledge about animal sentience, and this will lead to progress in the values that surround the treatment of all animals. This will also be reflected in the attitudes towards eating animals. We will see an increased consumption of plant-based protein and significantly reduced consumption of animal products. A very limited number of animals will be raised for food production and mainly to produce cell stock. Farmers will be supported financially to transition away from industrial animal agriculture and towards breeding animals under the highest possible standards, primarily to produce cell stock for cellular agriculture. This will have positive externalities. It will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to preserve water, biodiversity, and land. We will also see improved public health as the emergence of zoonosis and antimicrobial-resistant pathogens will be limited, and diet-related mortality and morbidity reduced. Now, clearly, this is a bold vision. I'm aware of that, but we believe it's also a timely and urgent one. For several reasons. A bold vision is necessary because the gap between scientific evidence and how we treat farmed animals is widening, and it is causing a full-blown animal welfare crisis. EU animal welfare legislation is outdated and no longer fit for purpose. Just consider that the EFSA opinions and recommendations, old and more recent, have so far largely been ignored and not incorporated in EU law. We are also witnessing a chronic lack of enforcement of the laws that we have. And perhaps the most notorious example is the routine tail docking of piglets. We have 30-year-old legislation prohibiting it. 25 member states are still not enforcing this legislation and never did. And to this day, not one single infringement proceeding has been launched by the European Commission against these member states. This sends a clear political signal, a signal of lack of political courage when it comes to animal welfare. And this culminated in the European Commission postponing its announced revision of the animal welfare legislation in the last political term. However, we're confident that this turn of events will be reversed in the new political term. Another reason why we need a bold vision for farmed animals is because we are rearing, killing them, and let me add this, depopulating them in mind-blowing numbers globally, a trend that is only projected to increase, as you can see from this graph, especially in some parts of the world. And not only are we rearing more animals, we are rearing more species. I would add, without having properly assessed their welfare requirements. In so doing, we are repeating the mistakes of the past, which is extremely worrying because once a certain practice or industry are in place, once certain market dynamics are ongoing, enacting change is painstakingly difficult. We are seeing it every day. We've always thought, for instance, that insects are just reflex machines, and we were wrong. Turns out they have flexible, sophisticated cognition. They show play behavior. They learn from one another. And there is still the fact that we are primarily farming them to feed aquatic and terrestrial farmed animals and pets. And as for the farming on octopuses, well, octopuses are wild animals, extremely intelligent, inquisitive, requiring a lot of mental stimulation, solitary, carnivorous, and with a high feed conversion ratio. And additionally, we still haven't come up with ideas for humane slaughter. What can possibly go wrong? Our assumptions about animals and their capabilities are being constantly challenged by new scientific evidence. When we make long-term decisions on whether and how to farm new species, quoting Jonathan Birch, we should always err on the side of caution, giving animals the benefit of the doubt. Which is also the principle at the basis of the New York Declaration on Animal Consciousness. The last sentence of the declaration really drew my attention. When there is a realistic possibility of conscious experience in an animal, it is irresponsible to ignore that possibility and decisions affecting that animal. We should consider welfare risks and use the evidence to inform our responses to these risks. In other words, we must use the precautionary principle. And by the way, this declaration is still open for signatories if you want to join. If all this weren't enough, we are facing global unprecedented public and veterinary health problems, with devastating losses of life in both wildlife, farmed animals, and concrete risks for new pandemics for humans. The Wildlife Conservation Society, at the beginning of the year, defined highly pathogenic avian influenza an existential threat to biodiversity. And the recent mutations allowing the virus to infect dairy cattle and farm staff in the United States are further alarm bells we certainly cannot ignore. Now, our role as professional animal welfare lobbyists is to try and change the world for animals. There are no surprises there, I think. To achieve our goals, we use the best available scientific evidence. We translate it for non-specialist audiences, and then we go out there and advocate for change. Professor Keeling rightly said a few minutes ago that animal welfare science is part of the solution to the many global challenges we're facing. While relatively young, animal welfare science has made immense strides, allowing us to gain unprecedented insights into what farmed animals want and need. There is still a lot to learn, of course. I'm not going to challenge the notion that we need more research because I know it would be an unpopular opinion. However, if we look at the state of farmed animal welfare in the EU and beyond, clearly something does not add up. I recently attended this online conference this year whose main topic was animal welfare research impact. It was a very interesting conference. It's been recorded. I invite you to watch it. In the words of the organizers, animal welfare science impact is measured by its ability to drive positive changes in the way animals are treated, ensuring their well-being. And this is undeniably happening, but progress is painfully slow. We need more spaces, more opportunities for researchers to get their findings out there to relevant stakeholders so that we can have impactful changes. Now, how can we achieve that? While preparing this talk, I thought I would be proposing something new, but it turns out that the discussion around scientific advocacy, also called academic activism, is quite lively in the academic community. And here I will show you just a couple of papers I recently found on the topic, all discussing ways in which scientists can engage to reach better impact and overcome existing obstacles to reach solutions. This one on academic activism refers to climate science, and it's part of a series entitled Activating Academia for an Era of Colliding Crises. I really like the idea of activating academia, and also I found the topic very timely, as some in the scientific domain are already talking about a permacrisis. Within the same special issue, this article here, this article here talks about a successful instance of academic activist collaboration, always within the climate science domain. They developed a mini-festa within their project, and I invite you to find out what it is for yourselves. Just the words makes me happy. And then earlier this week, a colleague, Alan McElligott, brought my attention to this paper here, published in Nature, calling on scientists to engage with local communities, because local communities need you. It's time to step up. You have the skills. You have often the desire to get involved. You should take the plunge. It's easier and more rewarding than it might seem. As animal advocates, we couldn't agree more that this is important, and we are keen for it to happen. As a matter of fact, we are already gaining expertise in making it happen, and I'll show you how in a moment. Now, a few years ago, Eurogroup for Animals produced a report, a scientific report on the state of broiler farming in the EU and the current challenges and opportunities. And at the end, when the report was finished, I asked 5 scientists who had collaborated on the report to come together and paint their own vision for a vision for the future of broiler farming for the next 10 to 20 years. This report is freely downloadable from our website. They then presented their vision to the European Parliament. I led this project, and it was one of the most satisfying collaborations of my career, exactly because it shows that scientists and animal welfare organizations can, and I would add should, work together to guide and inspire public policy. And this is by no means an isolated case. Animal professionals are increasingly speaking out. I will show you some examples from the veterinary profession. The Federation of Veterinarians of Europe has published a whole series of animal welfare positions that call for an end to outdated practices that cause unjustifiable suffering to farmed animals and are no longer good veterinary practice. Veterinarians are speaking out in Australia against live exports. In the United States, veterinarians are speaking out against ventilation shutdown, a method that has recently been reapproved by the bigger American Veterinary Medicine Association for mass depopulation operations. If you're not familiar with the procedure, it consists in shutting down the ventilation for poultry, turkeys, and even pigs, and sometimes pumping heat in the houses so that the animals slowly die of heat stroke. Can't imagine what's humane about that. The Caring Vets, one of our member organizations, advocate, among other things, for the end of slaughter without stunning, and they recently successfully lobbied the national government for a legal ban on extreme brachycephalic dog breeds. The Animal Welfare Foundation, which is the charity branch of the British Veterinary Association, recently hosted a whole series of exceptionally good debates, but in particular this one, on whether vets should advocate for animal rights. Not in an abolitionist sense, but in the sense of animal welfare rights. Stephen McCulloch makes a compelling case for the importance for the veterinary profession to engage proactively in the discussion. And he puts it in terms of not whether animals have rights, but rather what kind of rights. And there's also a new kid on the block, the Veterinary Association for Farmed Animal Welfare, which started operating this year in the US with the sole purpose of improving the welfare of farmed animals. I also want to mention the farmers. Farmers are also speaking up. These are the caring farmers in the Netherlands. They advocate for nature-inclusive, circular agriculture that respects animal welfare. In the picture, you can see calf-fed food dairy. And I could go on with the Caring Doctors for Humans, the Union of Concerned Scientists, the list goes on. Now, you're wondering at this point, yeah, maybe I want to do something, but what? If you want to make animal welfare research more impactful, or your research, even if not animal welfare oriented. Well, I have some ideas. If you have teaching responsibilities, challenge your students to think critically about our standard system of beliefs around animals, around farmed animals. Look for sources of funding or joint consortia that allow you to pursue your research interests and publish results that are in line with your moral compass and preferably centered on the needs of the animals. Make use of visual narratives that can instigate reflection, and I'll elaborate on this in a moment. If you feel comfortable with it, get your results out there for the animals. Talk to the media. Write articles for non-specialist audiences. Dare to instigate healthy reflections, to challenge certain industry views, and to confront policymakers. Reach out to advocates, reach out to us, engage with us. If you are a student or a PhD student, consider a career for an NGO so you can use and translate science to advance the animal cause. Industry can offer opportunities, as we have seen, for instance, in corporate social responsibility. And if you have an interest in protein transition, the alternative protein sector, including the sector of cell-based agriculture, is creating new and exciting opportunities that did not even exist a few years ago. Now, you might wonder what is in it for you. The articles on academic activism I showed you offer interesting insights into this. The authors of one of the papers I showed you argue that scientists sometimes have a patient approach. We are too patient to political action. And I think this is also true of animal welfare scientists. But I know for a fact that many among you feel passionately about your research topics and would like to see change because you feel a sense of responsibility towards society and you want your findings to impact the future. Preliminary research on this type of activism shows that it can be transformative, rewarding, and empowering because it has the potential to generate new, shared, and more compelling narratives and to create a sense of community while accelerating progress. Others take the view that the price of inaction is that there will be no research on a dead planet. By going along with business as usual, scientists would then be participating in socially organized denial. I'm putting this out there because I find this perspective intriguing. Now, I mentioned the power of visual narratives, and I want, before I conclude, to say a few words about this, about the role of visual narratives when it comes to redefining our relationship with farmed animals. Visual narratives can be extremely powerful because they construct reality. They are not neutral. They can contribute to normalizing or conversely challenging certain practices and certain assumptions we have. In recent years, we have seen an increase in visual representations of farmed animals that, in the words of Dr. Camille Bellet and colleagues render visible the invisible, describe the undescribable, without necessarily being shocking. The ghosts in our machine suddenly look us in the eye. They confront us and help us redefine current practices and assumptions towards more inclusive and ethical responsibility and care. And once this connection is made, it is difficult to unsee it. Sentience is about individual perception and experience, each animal with her or his own qualities and characteristics. Using visuals that convey this concept is in itself a form of, I would say, soft advocacy that all of us, all of you, can use. And for this, we have to thank photojournalists like Joanne MacArthur, whose project We Animals recently celebrated 100,000 downloads, and the work of many others who use their art to convey the undescribable. And now to conclude, over the last 15 years, there has been increasing awareness that good welfare isn't just about preventing negative experiences, but about ensuring that farm animals, in this case, have opportunities to have positive experiences. Fresh air, daylight, confidence, a sense of control, caring for their young, being raised by their mothers. Today, I share with you my organization's vision for animal agriculture by 2050, a vision whereby our current animal welfare crisis is resolved, where animals no longer occupy center stage in industrial animal production, and those that remain in the system have good lives. I showed you that there is an ongoing discussion in the scientific community on the value of taking a stance, of engaging with society at large to reach a higher impact. I gave you concrete examples of how scientists from different disciplines are starting to embrace advocacy to drive change faster, something that is direly needed. If you're intrigued by the idea of becoming part of something, of a movement, of caring scientists, we are here to discuss this further and explore potential ways to make it happen. I want to thank you for listening. I'm looking forward to the discussion later. And please feel free to come and have a chat with me or my colleague Marta Klimczak. She's here during a break. And you will find suggestions for further reading and all my references at the end of the presentation, which I suppose will be made available after the conference. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elena. Thank you very much for bringing your views and the views of your organizations to the table. For the plenary session today, we wanted to have the broadest range of perspective possible brought into our debate. So our next speaker will bring us the views of the livestock industry. She's Carolina Cucurella. Carolina is a senior veterinary advisor at the European Livestock and Meat Trades Union, which is the organization representing the interest of the European livestock and meat traders. Here, she is in charge of animal health and animal welfare dossiers, among other aspects. And also, since January 2024, she is the Executive Secretary of the European Natural Societies Casings Association. This Chilean Spanish veterinarian trained at the University of Barcelona, and she has been working in the meat industry since 2006, focusing on food safety issues, the image of meat, international trade, among many other areas. So welcome, Carolina.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me to this impressive session. As said before, I am the veterinary advisor at UECPV. We are based in Brussels. And, well, today I will try to explain you how our industry plays a vital role in feeding the world. And one of our core commitments is to ensure the welfare of animals under our care. Today, I want to discuss why animal welfare is not just a moral obligation, but a practical necessity for producing safe and high-quality food. We will also explore how societal perceptions influence our industry and the role of education in bridging the gap between the public expectations and realities of farming. So, in my presentation, I will shortly explain what is UECPV, how important is the welfare of animals in the production chain. I will comment also a few aspects of the Eurobarometer published last year, and also some myths and misconceptions of citizens on animal farming. I will explore how education in agriculture can be the key for new generations to have a well-informed view on farming. And I will say just a few words on the importance of science in the progress of animals and animal farming. And I will close with, of course, some conclusions. So UECPV is the European association that gathers national associations, mainly in Europe, but also in some third countries. And we are representing the interests of meat industry and livestock traders. We are also running the secretariats of the European Markets Association, the European Casings Association, which I'm also the secretary of this association, and the Ship Suppliers Association. So we have to deal with some aspects, and we represent livestock traders, livestock markets, meat industry, slaughterhouses, cutting plants, and preparation plants, wholesales and meat traders, international meat traders. So we deal also with cattle, beef, and horses, horse meat, and sheep and goat meat, and pork, and the import of poultry meat. So as you may know, this is more or less how the chain of meat works. The animals go from the farm to the market or a livestock trader, then the animals go to be slaughtered in slaughterhouse. The meat can be directly exported, and it can go to a cutting plant for having specific cuts, or it can go to other food processors, and then it will be finally delivered in the retail, say to butchers, supermarkets, catering, etc. So why animal welfare is important in the production chain? Not only for a moral reason, but the more animal welfare we have along the process, along the chain that ends at the time of slaughter, we have more healthy animals, and then we have more high-quality products. Our products are better, and we meet consumers' expectations or not. Maybe we don't even meet consumers' expectations, but the big question is this profitable for farmers? So this is not just a buzzword in our industry, it's a fundamental part of our operations. Healthy, well-treated animals are essential for producing the safe and high-quality food products that the consumers are expecting. For instance, stress in animals can lead to health issues, then, of course, increase of antibiotics use in farms, and then it will finally affect the quality or the quantity of the meat. That is why practices such as providing adequate space, proper nutrition, and a humane handling are a priority for our industry. However, we need to find a balanced situation where the animals enjoy of a good welfare level and farmers can be can have a profitable business. We must keep in mind that farming is what farmers do for a living. So I know that some of you come from other third countries, so I will very shortly explain to you what is the legal framework for animal welfare in the European Union. First, we have one horizontal directive, that is the directive on protection of animals kept for farming purposes, and then we have 4 vertical directives, one for laying hens, broilers, pigs, calves, and then we have 2 regulations. The difference between directives and regulations is that a directive has to be translated in the national legal framework in every member state. So the member state has to develop national rules for applying these minimum requirements in the directives. But regulations have to be applied directly. There is no room for any interpretation. But this legal framework is under revision. The first part of the package of this package of laws that will be reviewed and we have already a draft that is in the Parliament now, is the part of animal welfare during transport. So we have a draft of a regulation that will repeal this one. And it is very challenging. It's challenging for our sector because, okay, we see that there are some requirements in this draft that will be an issue for traders. But the reason here is mainly that the transport of animals have been under the focus in the last 2-3 years due to some specific scandals, and maybe the problem is not the regulation itself, but the way it has been applied or not applied correctly, and sometimes or force or by some operators. So we are facing a big challenge. Then one of the elements taken into account by the Commission for launching these changes in the regulation is a Eurobarometer that was published last year. So in this slide I will try to show you the importance of animal welfare in the product chain and some practices that can be done in farms. We see here a farm. Maybe in this building we can have about 400 animals. This is not a big farm. A big fattening farm of 400 animals is not such a big one. But you don't know if we have only one single building like this or 10. So the point is that the animals are well ventilated, they have access to food, they can move around, they can lay down, they are clean, they look very healthy. So, okay, this is animals that are in a housing system, but they look very, very well. So we have here more animals with other enrichment situations. They have some straw here. Other elements that can enrich the farms is this brush for cows to scratch. They love scratching. Cows can also be enriched with some toys. But this is not enough if we don't have a good veterinarian in charge or a very well-trained farm. A standard fattening farm, I was saying that all these enrichment systems have no sense without a very trained person in charge of the farm that is really aware of the need of animals and is sensitive and understands and is really close to detect the signals of alert of animal. Then when we look into the societal perceptions and demands, and I looked into the into this Eurobarometer and the results of this Eurobarometer. So what does it say here? That 6 out of 10 Europeans are in contact with some animals, but only the 6% are in contact with farm animals. Then the Eurobarometer also concludes that more than 9 into 10 think that protecting animal welfare of farm animals is important or very important. I am really concerned by the way of thinking of the other 10%. 8 out of 10 welfare of farmed animals should be better protected in their own countries, but only the 6% are in contact with animals. 2 out of 3 people would like to have more information on conditions of farmed animal. Why not? 8 out of 10 people think that transport should be limited, and I was really wondering whether they are aware what are the current rules, or maybe they have been exposed to social media. 88% believe that it is important to, or more important to improve the conditions in slaughterhouses by increasing the official controls and cameras. I was wondering if the people that were asked on this questionnaire are really aware what is the role of the official veterinarians in slaughterhouses and the penalties that a slaughterhouse must face when they do not respect the rules. So I try to go further in this Eurobarometer, and I try to explore or analyze the results. And when Europeans are asked on their willingness to pay more for products sourced in animal welfare-friendly systems, in average they are ready to pay. The 60% of people are ready to pay more for these products. But I was wondering whether there is a correlation between the incomes of population and their willingness to pay more for these products. And apparently, the more money you have, the more you are ready to pay, and it's not surprising. It looks very obvious, but it is a key element that has to be considered at any scale. Why not doing this exercise among the different districts of any European big city? Let's choose one and just imagine in the rich neighborhoods, ask this question, and then go to the marginal areas and make the same question. And of course, the priorities of people will be completely different. So when Europeans are asked on their willingness to pay more for products sourced in animal welfare-friendly systems, and you compare these with the percentage of population that are in contact with animals, apparently there is a negative correlation between these two variables. So it can be due to a major knowledge on farming. Why in countries with more population in contact with farming animals are less willingness to pay more? Is it related also to the incomes of people? So these are questions that we can ask to this Eurobarometer. But when we look into the relation of people in contact with farming and the people that consider that animal welfare in their own countries need to be improved, apparently there is no a strong relationship. So the question I'm missing here in the Eurobarometer is the level of knowledge of the European population on the European rules that apply to livestock farming, animal transport, and slaughter. And in this Eurobarometer has been used as an argument for the revision of the legal framework of on animal welfare in Europe. This means that it is on the basis of the opinions of a population that is not familiar at all with farming practices or laws. And it is plenty of misconceptions and myths that the industry has been trying to put down in the last some years, let's say. I will not deny that there are some practices in farms, some farmers are doing practices that are completely unacceptable. And I will not deny that some rules have to be changed because they are outdated. Some rules are really outdated. And now we have some more science and we can improve some things. So one of the myths that we can find related to animal welfare is that animal welfare in large-scale farms is poor. So we see again this picture. While some people associate large-scale farms with poor animal welfare, the reality is that many large farms are designed to meet the high quality on animal welfare and high welfare standards for animals. And these farms often have more resources to invest in advanced housing systems, veterinary care, welfare monitoring technologies, ensuring that animals are well cared for. If we look at this farm, we have already seen before, we can see animals have enough space, water, food, they are protected from the sun. They have a good fan system that allows to regulate the temperature inside the building. We could say that there are approximately 400 animals in this one, as we said before, but we don't know how many buildings are in this farm. All animals on farms are kept in cramped, humane conditions or free-range animals are happier. Many modern farms prioritize providing animals with sufficient space, access to outdoors, and environments that allow for unnatural behaviors. For example, many livestock farms use enriched housing systems that include bedding, natural light, space for interaction, straw, etc. Farmers prioritize profits over animal welfare. Despite this sentence would sound a cliché, the main interest of farmers is to raise healthy animals. There is no healthy animals with a poor level of welfare, but providing animals with good welfare conditions has a cost. The challenge is to find a balance that allows farmers to have a decent level of life while raising animals decently and meeting the social expectations. Some misconceptions. Free-range organic farms always provide better welfare than conventional farming. We have to clarify that free-range and organic farm can offer benefits, but such as outdoor access and natural feeding practices, but animals can be exposed to pathogens in a free-range system, such as poultry and avian flu. How many poultry farms have been infected to avian flu because they were free-range and all the animals died? We can also see the example of white pigs. We have white pigs, and if we have these white pigs outside, in the south of Europe, in Spain, Italy, south of France, they will get burned by the sun. And this is not taking care of their welfare. They are not aware the sun is not good for them, so they don't have the instinct to go inside. They just stay there and their skin suffer. This would be the case. Maybe this would work in the UK, but not in southern countries. This is not realistic. Another misconception, animals on farms are constantly stressed and unhappy. Modern farming practices aim to minimize stress and promote well-being. Farmers and livestock handlers are trained to recognize signs of stress and to take steps and address them. Such as improving housing condition, handling animals gently, and providing enrichment. This is the case, for instance, of animals, pigs in a free-range farm, but this is the Iberian pigs in Spain, and these pigs, their skin is very dark, so they don't suffer due to the sun. I'm sorry for going back to the previous sentence. So, farming animals for food is unnecessary in a modern society. I understand that plant-based diets is an option for some people. Animal farming plays a crucial role in global food security, providing proteins of high value where it is impossible to crop any plant. I'm sorry for the break. In these areas, livestock farming is a pillar of the economy and rural livelihoods. Farmers are resistant to change and new welfare practices. Many farmers are proactive in adopting new practices that improve the animal welfare, often working closely with scientists, veterinarians, and industry groups. There is a strong incentive to stay updated. So, what can we do? Is education the key for bridging this gap between the society and farmers and what is really happening in farms? So, agriculture is increasingly recognized as a crucial subject in education, especially in countries where it plays a significant role in the economy and community life. Here are some countries where agriculture is included in the curricula of primary schools. See that most of these countries, in these countries, rural life and food security are key. In many of them, agriculture is part of the environmental studies, science, technology, or even sustainability curriculum in primary schools. What about us? Why not teaching our kids what is agriculture? Why not teaching them how to crop a tomato? Why not teaching them where eggs come from, where milk comes from? What would be the benefit for them and for the future generations? Introducing agricultural education to primary school will help to bridge that gap between farming and citizens' view of farming. Teaching on farming and food production will prepare the future generations to deal with future crises that would jeopardize food security. Then we will have people in the coming generations with more knowledge on farming and food production, hand-on experience to introduce children to farming. Maybe here is the solution to the generation charge issue. Understanding the value of farmers' work. People don't understand the value of farmers' work. They will understand the need for animals if they are used to be in contact with animals in primary school. Then they will be able to learn and to develop sustainable practices on farming. They will develop empathy toward other people and also to animals. They will have more respect for farmers and farming activity. Why not? They will maybe be aware of how difficult it is to obtain food, and maybe they will have more consciousness on this and reduce the food waste. And of course, they would have better and more realistic expectations on what is farming. But anything we do, we need science. So looking forward, the future of animal welfare depends on the continuous scientific research. Advances in areas like animal behavior, health monitoring, and housing are crucial for improving animal welfare standards. Collaboration between farmers, scientists, and policy makers policymakers will ensure that these improvements are both scientifically sound and practically feasible. And to finalize, animal welfare is not just a priority, but a necessity for the meat industry. By addressing the societal concerns, enhancing transparency, and investing in education and research, we can ensure that farming practices meet the highest standard. I encourage all of you to support these initiatives and work together to create a future where ethical farming practices are the norm, ensuring a sustainable and responsible industry. So my conclusions are: animal welfare is a priority and necessity for meat industry. Farmers and industry seek to find a balance between the appropriate level of animal welfare and economically sustainable business. Societal expectations can be readdressed if citizens have better knowledge of actual rules and practices in farming. Agriculture and farming education would be the key to fill the gap between citizens' perceptions and reality, while attracting new generations to agriculture. Let's support education initiatives in our countries. Scientific research is the only way we have new knowledge for having products from animals, welfare-friendly systems in balance in the survival, with the survival of farming activity. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Carolina. We think that all your presentations are building up to a very interesting debate that we will have afterwards. So now we will have a short break for a coffee so that we can keep with the schedule. Be sure that you are already seated here by 11, and we will have the last presentation of the plenary. So thanks. Okay, so thanks very much to you all for being back in the room at 11 sharp, as I requested you to do, so thanks. We will have now the last presentation of our plenary session on the topic reassessing our relationships with farm animals, after the different views brought in from a scientific perspective, the perspective of NGOs, of the livestock sector. We will have now a talk presented by Professor Achim Spiller. Dr. Spiller is a professor for marketing of food and agricultural products at the Department of Agricultural Economics and Rural Development at the Georg August University of Göttingen. His research focuses on consumer behavior, sustainability management, animal welfare, and supply chain management in agribusiness. He has authored over 200 papers in peer-reviewed journals, as well as numerous books, reports, and policy recommendations. Achim is a full member of the Göttingen Academy of Sciences and was honored as one of the 100 top leading German economists in multiple years. Apart from several academic positions at university, he has played a significant role in advising German agricultural policy, because among others, he has chaired the Scientific Advisory Board for Agricultural Policy, Nutrition, and Consumer Health Protection, also the Future Commission on Agriculture, and he is member of the Competence Network for Livestock Farming, the Borchert Commission, all of them appointed by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. So thanks very much, Achim.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction and for the opportunity here to speak today. It's really a pleasure. You mentioned 3 commissions in which I have the opportunity to work with, so to give some policy advices, and I will talk about my experiences from these 3 commissions today. Because, it was a mixed experience. We were quite successful in finding a consensus about the future of agriculture, and especially a future of the animal farming in Germany. But in the end, politics are not really willing to use our consensus and to bring it into practice. And I will think a little bit here loud today about these experiences and my outlook on the future of animal farming. And I will also present some results of our research, which is especially dealing with consumer expectations towards farming systems and animal farming. And we do something like Eurobarometer studies, but I think we do it more deeply, and I will present you some snapshots out of that. But I will begin with farmer protests, which we have had in Germany during spring and in a lot of other European countries as well. So farmers protested against, for example, pesticide policies in Europe, but they are also, at least in Germany, quite unsecure what is the future of animal farming. And for Germany, animal farming, the meat sector, the dairy sector is about half of our farming system and food system, so it's quite important. And farmers at the moment do not know what to do, so it's quite understandable that they protest against this policy. I will start my presentation with a short look back, and I could take Linda's starting point with cage farming. And maybe it's quite interesting to know that Germany was quite successful in abolishing cage farming for laying hens at the beginning of the year 2000. And this was really a success story. So the retailers end up with cage farming. Consumers are willing to go this way. There were no protests, and politics as well later on they prohibit cage farming in the end. And so it was really, after some years of protest against cage farming, it was really a huge story. And we, at that point, at the beginning of 2005, I personally started with consumer research about animal welfare, and we were all quite optimistic at that time. We were optimistic because consumers were quite interested in farm animal welfare. We found in our research that they are willing to pay for animal welfare, and they were also willing to support political improvements. So after some years of discussion, in 2013, a first label was introduced in the German market by our German animal welfare organization, the Deutsche Tierschutzbund. But we have to conclude that it was only a niche market which was, so the label was not really successful in the market. And one main argument for that is that the industry, the whole sector, they were quite cautiously at that time. They are not really, they didn't believe in farm animal welfare. They didn't believe in consumers' willingness to pay. So they tried to introduce a different approach. They invented the Animal Welfare Initiative, which was a mass balance approach, so an approach without any label. The retail business collected some millions of euros every year, so about 200 millions of euros, for giving it to farmers directly for supporting animal welfare. But for consumers, it was not visible which type of meat is coming or was coming from such an improved system and which from conventional farms. In 2018, so 3 years later, the German antitrust authority, they complained about this system because it was something like a contract between the four main retailers in Germany, Aldi, Lidl, Edeka, Rewe, so it was not a free market, and the competition authority forced the sector to came up with a label, this Haltungsform label, which you can see here, which is a four-step label. For step 1 is conventional farming, up to step 4, which is outdoor farming. And so this initiative was restructured. And it was at the moment it's quite visible in the stores, but the label is also not really successful in changing our animal welfare levels. I will come to this later on. And next year we will have a national animal welfare label, which you can see here. I'm a marketing professor, and looking from a marketing perspective on this black and white label, which is not really interpretive, which is not really leading consumers, I'm quite skeptical that this label will work. The reason why our government decided to take such a simple black-white label was that they were or they think that the European government is not willing to accept a more interpretative, for example, a green-red label or so, like the Nutri-Score, which is more leading consumers. So they decided to make it very simple, but in the end, I think this type of label will not be very successful. So when we are talking today about such problems of the market, we typically do this using the frame that this is a consumer-citizen gap. Consumer-citizen gap means that we have citizens thinking about our farm animal welfare in one way, and consumers at the shelf buying something else. And yeah, we have some signs of such a consumer-citizen gap. For example, when we first take a look at the citizens, I personally love this first question which we sometimes asked. If the animal die for our food, they should have lived well beforehand. And yeah, nearly 90% of the German population is agreeing with this statement. So it's something like a contract, an implicit contract between our citizens and the farmers and the animals. We could eat you, yes, nearly 90% are no vegetarians or vegans. We could eat you, but you should have a good life. This is our part of the implicit contract. And I think this is really important, and also 80% are saying that animal welfare is important for them, and 70% nearly are willing to pay for that. So this is the citizen point of view, and I will come back later to this. But when we look at the market, we see in Germany, after 20 years of discussion about animal welfare and animal welfare label, yeah, Haltungsform 1, so this first step of the label is now only 11%, and 70% is step 2 for fresh meat in the stores. It's only for fresh meat. And for example, for fast food stores, the picture is quite different. But yeah, we have 70% with the next step, but this means 10% more space and some minor improvements. So this is not really a big step for animal welfare, and step 3 and step 4, the market shares are quite low. So what are the reasons behind this consumer-citizen gap? There's a lot of research about that. And we have, for example, the meat paradox. So 1/3 of our German population is not really willing to think about a life of animals on a farm. They are suppressing these ideas and concentrating only on eating. Maybe more important is that we have a strong correlation between meat eating and not interested in farm animal welfare. So the strongest proponents of farm animal welfare are the vegetarians and the vegans, but they could not change the market. So this is also a problem which is very special here for our problem, which is not the case in most other markets. We have always consumer-citizen gaps, but not as big here as for animal welfare. We have other problems. For example, we have a lot of greenwashing or animal welfare washing in the market. It's not prohibited to use words like animal welfare or so in advertisements. So consumers do not trust most claims. They are not sure whether they could trust the new labels, for example. And we have really a high number of labels. And we have too little supply in the market, too little choice for consumers. So in the end, it's not easy for consumers. And only to give one recent example of our research, we asked consumers, do you know what is the most, or how are most laying hens in Germany are housed? And nearly 1/3, or more than 1/3, 36% at the moment in 2024, so more than 20 years after abolishing cage farming, they think that cage farming is the most prominent, most dominant system in Germany. So So what does it mean? Yeah, consumers are far away from farming systems. We have heard about this, but this is also a sign for very bad marketing. So the industry was not able to convince consumers that they have changed the system. So what do we really mean with consumer-citizen gap? I don't like the idea of blaming it all to the consumer, shifting the blame only on the consumer side. It's a mixture. It's a consumer failure, yeah, but it's also industry failure and also political failures, which we could see here and which are mixed together and make it so complicated. And I will come to this now in the next part. So after all these experiences, we had a lot of discussions in these advisory groups, in these stakeholder groups about the future of animal welfare, and especially in the competence network for farm animal welfare, the so-called Borchert Commission after the former Minister of Agriculture in Germany who was leading this commission. We reached an agreement that we should not come only with market-driven animal welfare. This transformation is too big only to put all things on labels and to things that only consumers could change the market. This commission was established as a broad stakeholder network to find new solutions. And in the end, we were successful. In 2000, we came up with a huge plan, and the overall objective was to implement farm animal welfare in an export-oriented market like Germany without increasing imports, so animal welfare dumping. And the strategy was to have a long-term objective in 2040. At least all farms should be on level 3 or more. And we proposed a financial mechanism that we should increase the VAT on animal products from the reduced 7% to the normal standard 19%, and we should take this 3 to 4 billion euros per year to finance directly the running costs of farm animal welfare. And we should guarantee this with a 20 years contract for the farmers. So this was the main idea of this Animal Welfare Commission. And all huge organizations, the German Farmers Organization, the Animal Welfare Organization, scientists, they all agree with this report, and also politics were quite happy with this report in the beginning, and they said, yeah, okay, we should implement it. But 3 years later, our commission, we gave up in the end. We said, okay, it was a nice trial. We found a solution, but politics are not willing really to bring it into politics, into the market. And why? What was the mistake, or what was the cause for this? So one obvious cause was that one of our parties, the Liberal Party, was not willing to raise any tax in Germany at the moment. But there are some deeper causes. For example, we see a lot of populism in the agriculture sector at the moment. Not all people in the sector were really convinced, although the farming organizations, they signed this idea, but in the end, there was also opposition from other, for example, from the environmental movement and from organic farming. So in the end, we were not successful with this plan, and we stand at the moment where we are with a lot of farmer protests, uncertainty, and nearly no animal welfare investments on the farm because farmers do not know where to go, what stable to build. Yeah, and this is the case although this leveling of animal welfare, maybe it's not enough what we propose. I will present you some of our results, what consumers expect, what they wish. And this is, we do it in a lot of times with pictures and videos and info treatments because consumers are far away from modern farms. Only 1 out of 10 visited a modern farm. But therefore we use, for example, such pictures. And here you see a picture of a broiler farm, typically one with 39,000 animals and a 20% reduced number. And consumers, they could not see any difference on this picture. So there was no significant mean difference. So this is not the idea of farm animal which consumers have in mind. We asked them directly, for example, what do you think, how big should the must change in animal husbandry be? And here you see 62% think that farm animal husbandry would have to change fundamentally, not minor improvements, but fundamentally changed are needed. And we do it for different kind of species, for example here with this split sample approach, so with a controlled experiment. Here one part of the respondents gets one picture, the other the other, and you think there's a huge difference in expectations towards these pictures here for pig farming. And so consumers are really interested in more advanced in outdoor, in pasture access. We see it in a lot of different experiments. Or here we frame it in another version. We ask here the citizens, here takes the situation of a farmer. A farmer currently keeps his cattle on fully slattered concrete floors, and there are no pasture areas near the farm, giving the available solutions. Which would you recommend to the farmer? And here you see also consumers, they think the farmer should fundamentally change his system, and they are expecting that prices go higher, but these type of systems they like to see. Or we do it here with the question of calf contact, and we have single housing on most farms in Germany, and we presented animal welfare types of systems here, and you could also see that the acceptance improve really much with this more advanced systems here on the right side. So consumers really like to see other farming systems as their part of this implicit contract with the animal. And they are willing to finance it in one way or the other. There are some differences. Some consumers are willing to finance it by themselves, at the shelf. Others are more in favor of political support, for example, subsidies or taxes. But more or less, most people are willing to finance animal welfare in some way or the other. So this situation is quite complex, and the situation is not easy for farmers, but it will become more complex during the future, because maybe animal welfare is the easiest challenge for farmers, because values are not so different. As we have heard in the morning, most farmers are willing to engage in animal welfare. But we have also climate protection, we have dietary recommendations, I will present in a minute. We have the question of social conditions in the sector, not only in slaughterhouses, but also, for example, in Germany, butchers. They do not find stuff at the moment. And we have the development of alternative proteins and the idea of animal rights. Here only to give one example, sorry, a scenario for meat and dairy consumption, taking the official recommendations which came out in spring this year by our German Nutrition Society. And at the moment we have something like 52 kilograms per capita and year meat consumption, and about 1 kilogram milk in milk equivalents per day and capita. And the official recommendation is the dotted blue line, and you see it's 15 kilograms in Germany. Austria came up with a very similar recommendation some days ago, or the Nordic recommendations are similar, or the planetary heights recommendations are even below. And it's not only about meat consumption. The upper line is what we expect if anything will go in the same direction like in the past. So it's only a linear trend, and you see for dairy it's going up, the linear trend, because people who eat less meat typically eat more cheese, at least in Germany, but also I think in some other countries. So, but from an environmental and climate protection perspective, we should come down with our consumption of animal products in general. So this will be a big challenge. And here's a new result from an ongoing study in my team. We asked what alternative proteins could mean for the sector. And we have an interesting paragraph 1 of our German Animal Welfare Act, of our legislation, which means no one may cause an animal pain, suffering or harm without a reasonable cause. And we asked consumers, what do you think? What is a reasonable cause for killing chicken, pig or cattle? Is it producing food and meat consumption? And you can see, okay, about 80% say at least somewhat is a meat consumption is a reasonable cause. 20% not. For cattle, a little bit less. No? And then we ask and we give an info treatment. What do you think? Is it a reasonable cause to kill an animal for meat consumption if we have alternative proteins which are really sensory comparable, for example, cultured meat? And then you see there's a shift. About 20% of the population is then saying, okay, it's no longer a reasonable cause to kill animals when we have comparable cultured meat, for example. So these developments are quite challenging for the sector, because animal welfare is a challenge on its own. But if we like to change the sector, to improve the quality, the animal welfare in the sector, in a shrinking sector, so with declining meat and dairy consumption, that's the most difficult situation which you can have from a business, from a managerial point of view, to act in a shrinking sector and additionally to improve the quality of your products. That's really a difficult situation for every manager, and so it's really a challenge. We came up in the Zukunftskommission Landwirtschaft, in the Future Commission, with a recommendation saying that it's a common agenda. So we need the society to be able to cope with this really difficult situation in the future. We need something like a new social contract between citizens and farmers to find a way forward, and we need our citizens. For that, the farming sector is not, from my point of view, it's not able to cope with these challenges on its own. It's a difficult discussion, but one optimistic sign from the farmers' protest during the spring was that the society is willing to support farmers. So there was a lot of support for the protesting farmers in Germany and in some other countries, which demonstrate that the society is willing to support the sector, that we could find a solution, a consensus between our citizens and our farming sector. And for us as scientists, I think it's a useful job to support, to find such a consensus. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Achim. Now I would like to call the rest of the speakers in our plenary session, Carolina, Elena, and Linda, to come up on stage for the discussion. I guess we are going to have many questions from the audience, because all our speakers have been able to highlight how animal welfare is the core of the solution for providing sustainable development. Of course, it's very important to have the views of the different partners that can be involved in this discussion. It is essential to have dialogue in which all their views are considered so that we can reduce the conflicts and work on the synergies. We as scientists should acknowledge the high importance of animal source foods, not only for human diets, but also for global food security in the long term. But we have the tools to produce them better and to advance in sustainable development. As someone said, we can measure, we can improve the way we produce animals, so we can use our research to have a great impact in improving animal welfare in the whole chain. So now we will take some questions from the audience. We will start with the first hand I see raised here. So can you present yourself, and if you have a question which is addressed to one of the speakers, indicate to which one of them, and if it's general, well, it's just general.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Laura Boyle, President of the Health and Welfare Commission of the Eaap and Chair of the Waffle Conference, which was held for 2 days in Florence before the Eaap, a conference at which we had about 250, 260 animal welfare scientists from all over the world. And I'm really thrilled with the Eaap's support of that event, and really thrilled that the vision I had in asking, could we develop the plenary session around the theme of animals as the forgotten stakeholder in livestock production. I'm thrilled with the speakers and the papers and the opportunity to have this very difficult conversation, and believe me, it is. And one thing I know from talking to all the animal welfare scientists over the past 2 or 3 days, it is a discussion and a discourse that we are losing as scientists. Animal welfare scientists are held to a higher standard than other scientists, and as a vet said to me many years ago, isn't that an airy-fairy science? And unfortunately, having organised 2 waffle conferences and been the chair, hugely involved in 2 of them, I've encountered such, and I'm not saying anyone in this room would think like that, but certainly it is out there. Animal welfare science is conflated with animal rights, and as I said, considered an airy-fairy science, and we are still battling that. And as Elena said, we are young science, but we are already out of patience. And I'm happy to say this because I'm surrounded by animal welfare scientists, and we've had our own research in the form of coffees and talks, and I know that I voice the opinion of many of them. And for those I don't, I apologise, but you can talk to me after. But certainly for most of them, I voice their opinions. We are out of patience. As Elena painted the picture of a huge crisis, in spite of all the papers, all the research, all the money, all the grants, all the PhD students and postdocs, the on-farm reality is showing very little improvement. And we have the metrics as animal welfare scientists to support that. So something is desperately wrong here. Something is desperately broken. We've achieved successes in the low-hanging fruits, like getting sows out of stalls, and largely the practice of tail docking of dairy cows is done with. We actually do not see any more low-hanging fruits that we can address. We want to keep our young students inspired and motivated that they are doing something good, but within the current production model, there is simply no room for animal welfare, because there is no money in it. We heard that farmers are not in farming for profit, that they only are in it to produce healthy animals. And I'm sorry, that's an insult to many farmers. I mean, they have to be able to make money, obviously. But in a model that's highly cost-price driven, there is no room in that model where the costs of production are going up and the price of food stays the same or goes down. There's no room. They have to externalize the cost to the environment, the animal, and the human, the farm worker and the farmer themselves, whose mental well-being, suicide rates in farmers in Ireland are very high. It is a one welfare crisis. And until we acknowledge that, we are going nowhere, because all the education in the world, all the research in the world, and all the laws in the world, unless they're enforced, we've heard awful stories of regulatory authorities being threatened and bullied on farms for calling out illegal practices. So these are not working. So we are calling for transformative change. This has been a momentous week, and we will be establishing, because we have no professional representation as farm animal welfare scientists, that is all going to change as of this week. So we are having some transformative change at our own level. We are going to establish a formal professional organisation, so we will start getting some of the respect that I think we deserve and that animals deserve. And maybe I should leave it there. And thank you all so much.
Thanks very much, Laura, for sharing your views. Do you want to make any comment on that, or shall we open the floor for more questions? Okay, so I'm sorry. Sorry, please.
Sorry. I'm Trevisi from Italy. I think that we have received a lot of information and a lot of suggestion, but I'm afraid that when we started to consider that in the future we have not animal production, I think that we are in a wrong, we have a wrong vision of the future, because this means that we are not able to understand what we have to do to maintain the earth. So the life in the earth requires the presence of the animal. If we have not the possibility to have an animal in the farm, so the first question is how we can manage wild animal, how we can manage the future. For example, now in Italy we have an increase of about 30% of the forest. All the people consider that we have a reduction, but these are areas that are not controlled by the human, and in the vision of one health or one wealth, we have one welfare, we have a big problem to guarantee the future of the life. So the first question is how we can organize the future if we consider that animal farm should be destroyed, should be concluded. So I have not this vision. So the first question is for all the people that have the question. The second point is about the needs of animal products. So I saw some data that do not correspond to the literature. The first one is the production of the green gas emission. So in Europe, we have about 7.5% of green emission from agriculture. I don't realize why we consider that animals should produce 40% of green gas emission. So this is a big misunderstanding that also scientists contribute to do in the world. The second point is the consumption of the food animal product. So if we consider the economical perspective, they suggest that we have a consumption of 50, 80, 100 kilo per people. Some years ago in Italy we realized a big research where we try to understand the real intake of meat, not the real presumption of the meat consumption. And we realized that the real consumption in Italy is about what is suggested by the human consumption, because the data that we can find in economical point of view consider not meat, but something that is sell like meat. And so it contains bone, it contains many other things. So in the perspective of the good diet for the people, we have to consider that a lot of people have a very few consumption of meat, of milk product, and these are related, many research demonstrated this, with a real problem in the health of these people. So how we can, with vegetable product, cover this gap?
Thanks very much. Who wants to take the question?
Maybe I can start with the first question about the vision. So in which direction should we go? And I think there's a huge discussion under the claim less but better. No? So to eat less meat, less dairy products, but better. For example, from pasture-raised animals and so on, which are also good for biodiversity. I think this is a really nice vision, less but better. It's from multi-dimensional perspective, but it's not really sure that we will have or will get this solution less but better, because in an industry which is under pressure, for example, in Denmark, we now have a tax on animals for climate protection reasons. And I think this is a first starting point. And you all know Denmark is an export-oriented country, and it's quite tough that they introduced such a meat tax or animal tax there to reduce the number of animals and to reduce greenhouse gases. So in a sector which is under pressure, it could be less but better, but it could also be worse. And so it's even more a challenge, and we should think about ways in which we could politically support this transition phase. If we do nothing, and politics are far away at the moment from really have plans about the future or such a vision for our livestock sector, then it could be really a dramatic situation for the European livestock system.
So if we're going in order here, I don't share your vision. I think farm animals are here to stay. And I would hope that we try and work together to have these win-win-win situations. And this was my approach here. If we're going to have animal agriculture, which I think it's continuing, we should be working on how we can do this in the best way. And I support here that I think farmers are stuck between a rock and a hard place here because everything's been driven by economy, and we need to change these priorities a little bit so that we can work together. And when it comes to the greenhouse gas emissions, it's not my area. You have these figures, so yes, I can only agree. And I just want to come back to what Laura said there. I just want to support that I think animal science had to work hard early on to be accepted as a scientific discipline. I mean, it really did come under a lot of criticism early on. But I think because of that, it's actually incredibly solid now. So the evidence that's coming out of the animal welfare indicators, this is multidisciplinary. We are here and to help in part of this discussion. And I think it's this working together for the benefits that we should be focusing on. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the first part of the comment was mostly directly at me, because it was me who depicted a vision for without animals, almost. I think in the short, medium term, of course, it's unrealistic to think that all farmed animal production will disappear. The issue is complex, because I think gradually their role in the system will be different, and we will need a new social contract, as the other speakers said today, I think very rightly. And this new social contract will have to come from different disciplines, because at the moment we're basing our treatment of farmed animals, and all animals all animals really, but let's concentrate on farmed animals. We agree that we need to avoid unnecessary suffering. And our last speaker today already showed that when a consumer or a citizen is faced with the option, well, you can have the same product without the suffering implicit, then perception starts shifting. So we will need to redefine what we consider necessary suffering. And this, I think, will have to come as a contribution from many sciences. We can't give all the answers clearly. So we will need a new ethical framework for the way in which we treat animals, we farm animals for the future. And I would also like to add that, yes, it's a big industry, but the EU is a massive exporter of animal products. So it is not a matter of self-sufficiency of our citizens lacking access to animal protein. It is more a matter that we have based our economy as the European Union on the export of animal products. And this also must be put into question, in perspective, I think.
Well, can you hear me? Thank you. Regarding the vision of a future without animal farming brings me to ask myself some questions. What is the alternative? To stop consuming animal products? How can we do that? To switch the whole humanity to consume only plant-based products? Is this realistic under a nutrition point of view? Do we have enough croppable land in the planet for feeding the whole humanity only based on on plant products? I think we need about 3 planets for doing this, and we need to cut all the trees and all the forest. So maybe biodiversity could be jeopardized if we do that move. But also the humanity will have a step back on intelligence or development and other needs we have in terms of nutrition, because at the end we don't have to forget we are omnivores, we are not ruminants. And ruminants are incredible machines that are able to convert a very low quality vegetable that grow in the mountains or anywhere with a poor amount of water available there. And they are able to convert these poor lands into high quality protein that feeds population. It is true that in Europe we have an exporting oriented industry, but we need to have a look where is this meat going? And this meat is going to feed people in countries that are not able to produce this meat. Maybe we have in Europe our needs in terms of nutrition are more than covered. This is a fact. But we have to look at a global level. And regarding the green gas emissions, I don't have the numbers, but I really think that before giving some statements, we could find the accurate numbers. Thank you.
So thanks. Any more questions from the audience, please, here?
Well, I have the micro, so I start talking. Because I have it since the beginning. Thank you, Isabel.
It's the lights, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm Pablo Toral from Spain. I have written my questions, so I can do it quicker. I would like to ask about slaughtering without stunning, because Belgium has banned it, and the European Court of Human Rights in February supported this ban. They were based on scientific evidence, and this conclude that animal welfare was of the highest public interest, that this ban did not affect religious freedom, and that it doesn't breach the European Convention of Human Rights. So in February, there was an editorial from Eaap about this. I think it was a bit equidistant. And I think if maybe as animal scientists, and also the Eaap as organization, maybe we should be more proactive to expand this ban to other European countries. I would like to ask you, what do you think? And also, in addition to animal scientists, I am president of Europa Laica, which is a secularist association. And I represent Spain in the European Secularist Network, which we interact with European institutions under Article 17 of the Treaty of the European Union. So our collaboration will be total.
I guess it's a question for me. It's delicate, of course. I don't want to enter into the religious aspects. I think we should look at the science, and what the science says is that slaughter without stunning causes prolonged and necessary suffering. This is the evidence, and I think we should advocate on the basis of this. Clearly, we are with you if you want to expand efforts to extend such a ban. The European Commission organized a project, the DLRL project, several years ago, trying to find a common ground on this. I have to say that experiment was not successful, as we can see, but it is no reason to continue to advocate for further bans based on the scientific evidence that we have and not entering into the religious debate.
So thanks, Elena. We have two more questions.
Sorry. I think I'm from the industry. I think I have to reply also to these comments. Slaughtering without stunning has always been a very an issue of debate and even of confrontation of views. It is true that in some cases, slaughtering without stunning can bring the animal to prolonged suffering, as she said. But different practices can be done for avoiding or for minimizing this suffering. we have to make some differences between species because we cannot compare the slaughtering of goats and sheep to the slaughtering of bovine animals. In terms of this time of suffering, small ruminants have, I'm based on what is written in the papers, in the scientific evidence. It's about 14 seconds from the time they are slaughtered until the moment they lose the consciousness. It is true that it is longer for bovine. So here, again, I appeal to scientists to find a way to make some stunning, in particular for bovine, because we have more or less solved, we can more or less solve the issue for small ruminants, because the Muslim community can be more flexible in this, and they accept a sort of reversible stunning for animals before slaughter. They accept this, but it doesn't work the same way for bovine. There have been some projects that have been developed in New Zealand, for instance, of electrical stunning for bovine, but we have a huge issue on the quality of meat. This is an issue. We can have a discussion on whether the liberty of religion is breached here or jeopardized, and what will the Jewish or Muslims community, how they will get the meat they need if they cannot practice their religion. But I think that science must do a step forward and find a solution, find technical solution that allows all the people be happy with their religion and with the products they are obtaining, the meat they are obtaining, but also we can provide from the industry with good products, with good quality, without problems in the carcasses that we have found sometimes for small ruminants, but in particular for bovine.
So thanks, Carolina. It seems that we have 3 questions, one there, and the last one here. And I don't think we will have more time, so please can you keep your questions short and your answers a bit short also?
Yeah, my questions will be very short. I am Savoini from the University of Milano. And what do you think? Do you think that introduction of new traits or modification of already existing traits in animal by applying new genomic techniques such as pollet cattle or silk coat or pigs resistant to PRRR syndrome could be a valuable tool to improve animal welfare?
Thank you. Who wants to take that one? Linda? Sorry.
I'm not an expert on genomics, but again, I appeal to science, and probably some colleagues from some other organization will give you an overview on this. Unfortunately, I'm not in position to do this now. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Lee. I'm President of the Livestock Farming Systems Commission for Eaap. First of all, congratulations, Isabel, for a really great plenary, and particularly Elena as well for standing up in front of an audience of livestock scientists and advocate a reduction in animal source foods. I think the key thing is about respect, and it's respect both ways. Vegans need to respect omnivores, and omnivores need to respect vegans. And therefore, we need to have a change of narrative. I'm sure everyone's seen the recent paper by Professor Ty Beale about the micronutrient epidemic, the micronutrient deficiency epidemic that's facing the planet. And that's both in the developed and in the developing world. Therefore, we need to advocate a balanced diet which champions the role of animal-sourced foods and plant-sourced foods. And for those people who don't want to take in animal-sourced foods, about supplementation. What I've just seen as well, I'm afraid, we do need to change this narrative about reduction. Because just advocating an X amount of percentage reduction of animal-sourced foods affects the individuals who are already under-consuming. There was some analysis done in the UK about the levels of iron deficiency in young women, and they're the group that are reducing most the consumption of red meat. 55% of young women in the UK are anemic, and we're advocating a 20% reduction of the food source that's going to deliver the highest level of iron bioavailability. So we need to look at the balanced narrative about what a healthy diet looks like, both in terms of animal-sourced foods and plant-sourced foods, and respect both groups. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Michael, any short comment to that?
I just can say thank you for your comments. Of course, we respect any decision on the nutrition model of people. However, as I said before, we are omnivorous. We need animal products. And I want to believe that people that make the decision of taking only vegetable or only plant-based products go to the nutritionist, because they will need some additional support of vitamins, iron, and other nutrients that are not present in plants.
Thanks, Carolina. Achim?
Yeah, at the moment in most countries we have a share of about 10% vegetarians and vegans. In Germany, for example, it raised from 1.6 in 2005 to now about 10%. And I think as an agricultural community, it's not our job to talk about, we have to do it in an interdisciplinary way, to talk with the nutrition societies. And as far as I understand the discussions in the nutrition societies, they are far more now supporting vegetarian or flexitarian diets than 20 years ago. So there's a huge change in the nutrition scientists, and there are possible ways in which we, or what we could eat. And so the discussion about a planetary health diet, to taking all different challenges together, that's what we need. And we could bring from agriculture science one point in, but we have to do it in an interdisciplinary way with our colleagues from the other societies.
Thanks, Achim. We have a question here and the very last one there, and we will close later.
Hi, I'm Barbara Padellino, and I'm a chair of the Animal Welfare Committee of the ASPA, so I really would like to thank all of you. Brilliant presentation today. And I want to ask, particularly Linda, and probably also Laura, what should we do to really, what type of research should we do to make, this debate stop and see animal welfare as a solution? So what's wrong in this situation? I heard, from the industry say the animal welfare means better product. So what type of research should we do? What do you need really to, stop this debate? No one wants a plan without animals. We love our animals. A life without animals is impossible. There will be no one health and one welfare without animals. So please, Linda, can you give us some better idea on what type of research do we really need, and actually what should we really teach in animal science and veterinary science to increase the education of all the students and future generation? And thank you again.
Thanks. I think a short answer will be impossible here.
No pressure here.
No pressure.
Okay. There are lots of different areas. I think this is it. There's lots of ways forward, lots of potential ways of moving forward. To give you a specific example, and one that came up at the conference before this one, and you're going to laugh here, it's about toilet training of cattle, okay? We all train our dogs to go outside, our cats in the box there. This was a project training cattle to move to a particular area to urinate. okay? And then they got a little food reward. They learn it really easily. We have a huge problem with lameness in dairy cattle. Why is that? Because they're walking around on a concrete floor where the urine is mixed with the feces and the feet are reacting, okay? There was a survey recently on the last 30 years of research on lameness in cattle. Huge variation between farms and everything, but the average hasn't decreased over these years, okay? So this is one idea of thinking out of the box, thinking outside. Maybe it's a potential idea. We could train cattle to go to this area to urinate so that the urine can be collected separately. That's going to be reducing the greenhouse gases from the dairy barn, which is going to be beneficial for the environment. Then we have to think in, well, okay, what's this for the farmer? How much time is it going to take them to train their cows? But also, how much money are they saving by not having lame cows, not having to have the hoof trimmer, not having to have the veterinarian, not having to put their highest producing cows out? So these are examples of focusing in on the win-win situations. We do have problems, we do have conflicts, but I think it's slowing us down in making progress. I think the type of research we should be doing is trying to find these synergies, trying to find these co-benefits. So here I disagree with Laura. I think there's still a lot of low-hanging fruit that we can get in to be moving forward. So that's just an example there. And if it comes to the students, I'm a teacher, I can tell you that the students, the interest is coming from below. There are a lot of students interested in animal welfare now that want to learn more about the science and then to incorporate it in their future careers. So the next generation is really coming up and wanting to do this. And I think we as researchers that are established here can be making an effort now to move this area forward in a way that it benefits all of us. It's not a conflict situation. We all want it to be better. Thank you.
I'm René Beaumont from INRAE, France. Yesterday we had a very interesting session on livestock is more than food, highlighting the positive role of livestock in a circular agriculture. Today we have this very interesting session about animal welfare and the necessity to take into account animal welfare for sustainable development. And some of you claim that we need to have a new contract between the society and animal agriculture. But could you elaborate a little bit more on how can we build this new contract? What is needed to build this new contract? What are the institutions, the role of the politicians and the society for this new contract? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this interesting, challenging question. There are possible answers for a first best solution. And for me, the first best solution would be a European way. So improving European-wide the legal requirements and combine it with an instrument which we now have in climate change, which is carbon border adjustment there, something like an animal welfare border adjustment. So something like closing the borders for animal dumping and improving our requirements here. This is the first best solution. Maybe you know better than me whether this is possible. Maybe we will not have a first best solution, then we will have something like a muddling through in the different countries. We have quite different situations now in different European countries, and maybe we first should develop national solutions. And for our German discussion, we had the solution of bringing new money in it, because I like your idea, Linda, of having win-win situations, and I agree there will be a lot of win-win situations, but in the end, I think it's also necessary to have a little bit more money. The system is really under pressure, and so I think we need both.
Thank you very much. I think that with this, I would like to thank our speakers and also the audience for this very interesting debate that probably will continue throughout the lunch. So please thank very much our speakers, but don't leave the room because we have our very last presentation today. So thanks very much. So our very last presentation today will be, will be the Leroy Award. As you may know, the Leroy Award was established by the Eaap long time ago. It's one of our eldest prizes and the most famous because it recognizes the outstanding contributions from a scientist who has had a long and fruitful research career. It's an active scientist who have made significant contributions to the activities of the Eaap and also in the field of animal science. This year, the Council and the Scientific Committee decided that the Leroy Award would go to Professor Cornelia Metges. She received the award yesterday during the Welcome and Award ceremony presented by Sam Millet, the president of our Pig Study Commission. And today she will present a talk on the works that she has been doing together with her team in early management and nutritional programming of animals. So a few words to present Cornelia. She is a specialist in animal physiology and animal nutrition of farm animals, who is based at the Research Institute for Farm Animal Biology in Dummersdorf in Germany. There she conducts both fundamental and applied research. She is the head of the working group on nutritional physiology, in charge of dealing with topics such as coping with the critical life phases of farm animals. She is also adjunct professor in biochemistry and nutrition at the University of Rostock. She is, as you will see later, an outstanding scientist who has actively participated to several Eaap conferences, and she has been particularly involved in the Eaap International Symposium on Energy and Protein Metabolism and Nutrition since its first edition in 2003, and she's already preparing the next edition that they will host in Rostock in 2025. So please acknowledge Cornelia, and thanks very much.
Well, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, hello from my side, and thank you for the introduction. First of all, I'd like to thank the European Federation of Animal Science for giving me this prestigious award. Sam Millet for his kind words yesterday, and also for nominating me, and the Eaap Council and Scientific Committee for selecting me. It is a great pleasure, and I feel very honored to have received this award. I invite you now to join me on a journey through our research into the physiology of low birth weight piglets and the programming effects of nutrition. And my presentation is divided in two parts. I will start with the effects of protein content in the maternal diet during gestation on the offspring. And in the second part, I will talk about aspects of metabolism in piglets with low birth weight. Finally, I will close with some remarks on research challenges and perspectives. Nutrition is the most important environmental influence and has a large impact on the ability of an individual to reach its full growth potential. This is especially important in utero when the individual is solely dependent on the maternal nutrient supply. Looking at the growth trajectory of fetal tissue in pigs prenatally, protein accretion accelerates from 3 grams per day before 60 days of gestation to a mean of 60 grams per day in the second half of gestation. Although the sensitive developmental windows differ depending on the type of tissue, the implantation, the growth during the second half of gestation, and the transition from intra to extrauterine life are particularly vulnerable in terms of maternal nutrient supply. Based on our earlier studies in rodents on the effect of dietary protein in gestation and lactation, we were interested to know more about the relationship between the genotype and phenotype expression in response to the dietary protein level in gestating gilts. At FBN, we performed a study in which we investigated German landrace gilts fed on 3 diets throughout gestation, with either 12% protein as an adequate control, a low protein diet with 6.5%, and one gilt group with a high protein level of 30%. The piglets were cross-fostered to gilts, which were fed the adequate control diet during gestation and a standard lactation diet. After weaning, at 28 days, the piglets were fed a standard grower and fattening diet until the age of 188 days. And this allowed us to isolate the effects of the prenatal diet. Dams and offspring were investigated for zootechnical data, growth and body composition, aspects of the metabolism, and its genetic and epigenetic regulation. Because the diets were designed to have a similar energy content, not just the protein, but also the carbohydrate content differed among the 3 diets. In the low protein group, abbreviated LP, gilts consumed 160 grams of protein per day and about 1,400 grams of carbohydrate per day, while in the high protein group, abbreviated with HP, the protein intakes was with 768 grams per day, almost 5 times higher than in the low protein gilts, but the carbohydrate intake in the HP gilts were only about half of that in the LP groups. The LP gilts had the lowest body weight gain from the beginning of gestation, and the high protein group started to have a lower gain in the last quarter of gestation. The back fat thickness was similar between the control and the low protein gilts, but the high protein gilts were leaner from gestation day 40 onwards. So this table shows the gilts body composition on gestation day 64, and in general, high protein gilts were leaner and low protein gilts had the lowest body protein and highest body fat contents. At 64 days of gestation, there was no difference in number of fetuses, embryo survival, and fetal body weight. However, at 64 days of gestation, the high protein fetuses had a lower body weight as well as a lower intestine, liver, and heart mass, but low protein fetuses did not differ from controls. We could also confirm that the brain mass was spared in low protein, high protein fetuses. At birth, low protein neonates, shown in the white bars, were lower in birth weight crown rump length ratio, 24-hour body weight gain, and showed a higher mortality during the first 3 days of life. Low protein piglets had also a lower body fatness and tended to have a lower muscle mass. Interestingly, specific activity of the lipogenic enzyme fatty acid synthase was enhanced by 50% in the subcutaneous fat of LP piglets. HP piglets, shown in the dark blue bars, were also lower in birth weight crown rump length ratio, and body fat. However, body weight gain in the first 24 hours and mortality from birth to 3 days were similar than in the control group. To understand better how the diets affected maternal glucose, an essential fetal fuel, we performed an intravenous glucose tolerance test in gilts in the last trimester. As can be seen on the panel A at the left side in the HP gilts, plasma glucose area under the curve and glucose clearance were lower, while in LP gilts, plasma insulin was lower compared with the controls. LP gilts showed also a higher glucose to insulin ratio, indicating it's not working. Now it's working. indicating a higher insulin sensitivity index. The HP gilts had a lower insulin sensitivity index. The higher plasma glucagon in the HP gilts suggests a glucose deficit, which led to the stimulation of gluconeogenesis. And also we found that HP gilts had a lower amount of glucose oxidation compared to the other groups. Taken together, this indicates that in LP gilts, glucose is largely used for maternal lipid synthesis. HP gilts use glucose-sparing mechanisms such as low glucose oxidation and also glucose sensitivity, but increased gluconeogenesis to provide more glucose to the conceptors. To elucidate the growth restriction in the fetus of LP and HP dams, caesarean section was performed to obtain plasma samples from fetuses, allowing us to calculate fetal and placental nutrient extraction. In both LP and HP fetuses, shown in white and dark blue bars, lower fetal glucose extraction and placental lactate release was observed. In terms of essential amino acids in LP and HP groups, placenta release of lysine towards the fetus was lower than in the controls, which also translated in a lower fetal lysine extraction. In summary, LP and HP fetuses had a lower fuel and lysine availability. The transcript abundance level of hepatic fetal phosphoenol pyruvate carboxykinase was higher in the HP group, shown in the white bars, whereas in the LP group, glucose 6-phosphatase transcript was higher. This indicates increased fetal gluconeogenesis and glucose release in the circulation to maintain glucose availability. Next, we investigated whether maternal fetal changes in glucose and amino acid metabolism were associated to cortisol signaling. During gestation, indeed, basal cortisol concentration was higher in the saliva of LP gilts throughout gestation, and also during a 24-hour blood profile in late gestation. Please also note that the concentration was also higher in the high protein gilts. Also, a higher transcript level of the glucocorticoid receptor was observed. And in the LP fetuses, this indicates an enhanced local cortisol action. Elevated cortisol concentrations in the umbilical vessels of the HP fetuses, shown in black, were found, whereas the cortisol-binding globulin concentration was reduced in umbilical and endogenous vessels from LP fetuses, shown in the white bars. This indicates a hypersensitivity of the LP offspring to glucocorticoids. Taken together, both the LP and HP diets fed throughout gestation increase maternal cortisol concentration and affect the central setting of the fetal cortisol regulation. Based on the observed cortisol levels, we analyzed the fetal transcript abundance of the hepatic glucocorticoid receptor gene, known to regulate lipid and carbohydrate metabolism, which had a higher expression in LP fetuses, as can be seen in the left graph. To elucidate its epigenetic regulation, we analyzed the DNA methylation of the glucocorticoid receptor promoter over CpG sites, and we found a hypomethylation of about 20% of the fetal glucocorticoid receptor gene promoter in the liver of low protein and high protein offspring, shown in the gray and in the white bars, which resulted in an increase of the glucocorticoid receptor gene transcript in LP fetuses only. We also determined transcript levels in liver and skeletal muscle using microarrays, but I show here as an example only the result of differential skeletal muscle transcripts between offspring born to LP versus AP dams from fetal stage to age 188 days. Differences in transcript level between AP and LP were present at the fetal stage, and specifically mRNA transcript levels of genes associated with cell cycle control were decreased in LP fetuses. However, there were no differences in skeletal muscle transcript levels at birth and weaning. Only later in life, at age 188 days, programming effects of the maternal LP diet became visible in the offspring gene expression and increased expression of pathways related to energy utilization, such as oxidative phosphorylation, citrate cycle, or fatty acid metabolism, were observed. In spite of the lower birth weight and day one body weight of LP and HB offspring, body weight did not differ systematically until age 188 days. Only at 83 days of age, the body weight of the HB offspring was lower than that of the LP offspring, which was associated to the lower internal organ masses of HB offspring. In the LP offspring, perineal fat was higher at weaning, and lean meat was lower at 188 days, while in the subcutaneous fat, LP body fat was higher at weaning and also at 188 days. To conclude the first part of my presentation, low and high dietary protein supply throughout gestation in gilts led to low birth weight and distinct adjustments of maternal growth, metabolism, and maternal fetal cortisol signaling, alterations of maternal fetal glucose and amino acid metabolism to maintain glucose supply. We saw little effect on the postnatal phenotype after weaning, but tissue-specific adjustments at the transcriptional level. Finally, we observed reduced lean meat and increased body fatness in LP offspring, but a transiently lower body weight and an internal organ mass in HB offspring. Bottom line, individuals exposed to inadequate maternal protein-carbohydrate ratio during prenatal life have sufficient functional plasticity to compensate the fetally initiated aberrant processes if they receive adequate nutrition during early postnatal life, as we did in our study by cross-fostering to adequately fed gilts. Now coming to the second part of my presentation, metabolism of the low birth weight pigs. A high proportion of light piglets remains a concern for pig production still today. Piglets dying in the neonatal period are characterized by a low birth weight, body mass index, colostrum intake, and 24-hour body weight, as well as a low body temperature, while they have a high birth order number, litter size, and birth weight variability, and take longer to secure a functional teat to start suckling. Neonatal piglets at risk show changes of metabolism, such as low plasma albumin, disturbances in their glucose metabolism, and also an increase in glucogenic amino acids, while the plasma hormones, such as IGF-1, T3, T4, and cortisol, were reduced. In a study of almost 67,000 piglets from German and Swiss pig cohorts, we found a survival rate of about 80% from birth to weaning. And this means that we lose about 20% of all piglets born. That's a tremendous number. In our study, piglets with a birth weight below 1.18 kilograms were less likely to survive. It has been shown that low birth weight is associated with greater body fatness, and therefore we wanted to know whether it is also associated with the alterations of substrate oxidation patterns related to fat metabolism. We performed a study in juvenile female low and normal birth weight pigs to investigate the energy and fat metabolism under ad libitum feeding conditions in a 3-week feed restriction period. Our hypothesis was that low and normal birth weight pigs differ in the extent of fat depot compensation after feed restriction. Despite a relatively higher feed intake in the low versus normal birth weight pigs fed ad libitum, abbreviated with L and N, the body weight of pigs was lower than that of the N pigs. However, feed restriction and refeeding did not affect body weight of N and L pigs, and this was because of an increase of efficiency of 30% beginning right after the onset of feed restriction. This slide shows fat and carbohydrate oxidation measured by indirect calorimetry and plotted versus age during feed restriction and refeeding, indicated by the red and blue bars. And that was compared to a control group fed ad libitum throughout. The N pigs are shown in black, the L pigs are shown in gray, and the dashed line represents the feed restriction group. We saw higher fat oxidation during feed restriction, lower fat oxidation in L pigs, and decreasing fat oxidation with age and refeeding. And this indicates increasing fat deposition with age and earlier fat deposition in L pigs. As expected, carbohydrate oxidation was a mirror image of fat oxidation with lower carbohydrate oxidation during feed restriction, higher carbohydrate oxidation in L pigs, and increasing carbohydrate oxidation with age. Thus, carbohydrate utilization for body fat synthesis was higher in L pigs. In conclusion, our indirect calorimetry study showed that in L pigs, whole body lipogenesis is fueled by higher carbohydrate oxidation and exceeds lipogenesis of N pigs at a 3-week younger age. Here we look at the weight change of fat depots of L and N pigs before and during the 3-week feed restriction and a 4-week refeeding period. Again, N pigs are shown in black, L pigs in gray, and the feed restricted groups are the hatched bars. In line with the results of indirect calorimetry, feed restriction markedly reduced the weight of all fat depots irrespective of birth weight category. At 131 days of age, the fat depots of ad libitum fat L pigs became heavier than that of ad libitum fat N pigs. And in previously feed-restricted N pigs, the fat depots recovered and were similar to ad libitum fat N pigs. In contrast, in the previously feed-restricted L pigs, fat depots did not recover yet. Next, we inspected hepatic gene expression profile in L and N pigs, and the ingenuity pathway analysis in the liver identified 194 genes differing between low and normal birth weight, which play major roles in processes of cell death, cellular growth and proliferation, as well as lipid metabolism. And since the strongest regulated genes were related to lipid metabolism, the hepatic lipid droplet formation was analyzed. The total area and the counts of lipid droplets were about 4 to 5 times higher in L, shown by the white bars, compared to N pigs, shown in the gray bars, which was in line with the higher subcutaneous fat in L pigs. Excessive lipid droplet synthesis is a kind of a defense mechanism in the liver through esterification of fatty acids and its production of triglycerides. Fatty acid-induced toxicity in cells is reduced. We further investigated whether birth weight effects in the liver are modified by feed restriction. In N pigs, acute effects of feed restriction were related to processes of cell death, cellular growth, proliferation, protein and lipid metabolism, whereas in L pigs, additionally, genes associated to endoplasmatic reticulum stress, unfolded protein response, and also inflammation were affected. The 3-week feed restriction induced an increase of the free arginine levels in the liver of the L pigs as compared to the N pigs. Arginine is converted to nitric oxide, finally leading to a stimulation of lipolysis, and this was reflected in a decrease in the total mean area of lipid droplets of 73% and 58% in N and L pigs. And simultaneously, we saw a significant increase of triglycerides and NEFA levels in the plasma of feed-restricted pigs, as shown in the right-hand graphs. We also investigated whether feed restriction leads to epigenetic changes and analyzed histone 3 lysine 9 deacetylation and acetylation. H3K9 deacetylation is equivalent to gene silencing, and H3K9 acetylation is equivalent to gene activation in regulated genes. As an example, I show here the effect on the peptidyl tRNA hydrolase 2 gene in the liver of L pigs. PTRH2 is involved in protein synthesis and regulates the efficiency of translation. Feed restriction resulted in deacetylation of histone 3 lysine 9 residues, which is depicted as the negative green bars in the lower part of the slide. The consequences of deacetylation were decreased expression of PTRH2 by about 30% in feed-restricted L pigs. Now turning to the last study example I want to share with you in my presentation. Low birth weight piglets are believed to have less developed intestinal structures and function, and it was also postulated that the amount of glutamine in milk is not sufficient for optimal growth and intestinal development of suckling piglets. Because glutamine is considered a preferred energy fuel for rapidly dividing cells, such as in the intestine, we have explored glutamine compared to alanine control supplementation on growth and metabolism of suckling piglets. Neonatal low and normal birth weight piglets were supplemented from birth to either 5 days of age or 12 days of age and were observed until age 26 days. Body weight in glutamine supplemented low birth weight piglets, shown in gray, compared with the control alanine low birth weight piglets, and this is the gray dashed line, was significantly higher between age day 10 and day 21, suggesting an acute but limited persisting effect of glutamine on the growth of low birth weight piglets. And this was associated with higher plasma glutamine concentrations at 5 and 12 days of age, and also higher plasma arginine levels at 5 days, suggesting arginine playing a role in the higher growth response in the low birth weight piglets. Liver and plasma triglycerides were higher in control low birth weight versus control normal birth weight piglets, and this was also previously shown for low birth weight individuals in humans. However, glutamine supplementation appears to normalize the plasma and liver triglyceride concentrations at 5 days of age. Now turning to the intestine, the glutamine-induced increase in villus height in the jejunum of low birth weight piglets might be an indicator for an improved absorptive capacity, and this could underlie the transient growth advantage of low birth weight piglets supplemented with glutamine. We also studied cellular proliferation in the jejunum with promodeoxyuridine incorporation, which is an analog of the nucleoside thymidine. BRDU positive cells were detected in the crypt and in the villi as green fluorescent, and the percentage of the BRDU positive area in the crypt section was higher in the low birth weight glutamine supplemented piglets compared with the normal birth weight supplemented piglets, but only at age day 26. In summary, in low birth weight piglets, glutamine supplementation was associated with moderately increased growth, higher plasma arginine levels, and the normalization of lipid metabolism, but we saw only small effects on jejunal morphology and cellular proliferation. To conclude the second part of my presentation, L pigs have a lower fat oxidation, leading to larger fat depots compared to N pigs, Previously feed-restricted L pigs did not recover the fat depots upon refeeding as rapid as N pigs. L pigs show fetal programming of body and liver fat and lipid metabolism. And finally, glutamine supplementation in suckling piglets altered lipid metabolism, but only moderately improved growth, possibly related to an improved jejunal absorptive area. Despite significant advances in knowledge about the physiology of newborn and low birth weight piglets, there are still research challenges. And let's face it, too many young piglets are still being lost peripartum and also in the first week of life. And this is not only an economic loss, but also goes against the health and welfare of our piglets, and is an ethical problem that reduces society's acceptance of pig production. To develop effective mitigation strategies, we need to know better the underlying physiological and molecular events and the critical time windows for customized nutritional support, as for example, sow gestational and perinatal nutrient supply or piglet-targeted nutrition. Also, management factors play a role, such as the weaning age or better identification of piglets with specific needs. However, also the development of a balanced genetic strategy that incorporates elements of sustainability, such as animal health and welfare, is part of the solution. And with this, it's time to say thank you to the many colleagues I worked with in the pig area. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to my closest collaborators at the Research Institute for Farm Animal Biology, in the Nutritional Physiology Institute, my PhD students and postdocs, as well as the colleagues at the FBN Muscle Biology and Growth, Genomics, Behavior, Reproduction, and Biometry units, which were involved in the piglet work. I also acknowledge my collaborators at the Freie Universität of Berlin, the Christian Albrechts University in Kiel, the universities of Bonn and Rostock, and the colleagues at INRA, Warsaw University of Life Sciences, and Agroscop. Last but not least, I thank the European and German funding agencies for the money which made the work in the young piglets possible, and you for your kind attention. And with this very last slide, I invite you to attend the 8th EAP International Symposium on Energy and Protein Metabolism and Nutrition, which will be taking place in 1 year's time, in September 2025, in Rostock, Germany. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Cornelia, for this very interesting presentation on how management in early life can impact the performance and metabolism in the short and long term. And thanks also for having been so punctual. You have only had 5 extra seconds from the time you were allotted, so thanks very much. So maybe we can take a couple of questions from the audience. I know we are already into the lunchtime, but if anyone has some questions for Cornelia, please. I'm sorry, I really can't see, so I don't see if there are any hands raised. Sorry, thanks. Can anyone bring the microphone there, please?
Hello, thank you very much for the nice talk. I am a PhD student in the University of Kiel, Germany. I have a question about methylation in the first presentation, slide number 11. So the question is that methylation in the promoter region of the gene from the liver. So how many CpG islands should we, could you tell us about that? Is there that we can connect with the expression of the gene, that this is hypermethylation, this is hypomethylation in the promoter region of that gene in the liver?
I think it was between 648 and minus 458 or something like this. Is that what you mean? Or
I mean to say that if we have some hypermethylation and hypomethylation, so all the CPGs should be hypomethylated, or all the CPGs should be methylated, and what about the methylation status? Either this is permanent or temporary. Thank you.
That's a good question, because we have not looked at this. We have not looked at this. Sorry.
How many CPGs, suppose if I get 20 CPGs methylated, so could I say that this gene is methylated or hypomethylated?
This gene is hypomethylated, but only in the LP piglets.
Okay. So finally, conclusions. The 50% methylation, if I get in the CPG island in the CPG, so should I say methylated or non-methylated?
Well,
thank you.
You can throw a dice, I guess.
Thanks very much. I really don't see if we have any. Yes. So yours will be the last one, and then we will close. Yeah, please. Sorry. Hans, please, and then yours, okay?
Hans Sölkner, Professor of Animal Breeding, and I have a breeding question, an issue actually. You said this, the number of dead piglets is increasing a lot. Isn't that also partly a problem of us breeders, that we have big breeding lines with too many piglets born?
I think that's a major reason of these observations. Yeah.
Thanks. And the last question there, please.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Cornelia. I would like to ask a question about the early nutrition. Although it was not directly addressed in your research, you increased or reduced the protein content, but would you like to speculate on the role of specific amino acids that can be manipulated during the gestation period, and in particular, the wealth of research done on arginine? I would like you to reflect on that.
Yeah, that would be the golden bullet if we would we would know that. So I think that lysine and also threonine might play an important role, and but I think that should be in relationship to the level of protein intake. So, I mean, what we did is a very, let's say, a very rough experiment. So to really answer the question, so which amino acids are in the core of the problem, you know, is really difficult, because I mean, you have all sorts of changes. You have all the epigenetic changes, and I mean, nobody can tell you how long these changes will persist. I mean, we just slaughtered the animals at, like, I believe 4 time points during their life, and observed, of course, it was each time another animal. So it's really hard to say, is that an epigenetic effect which is permanent, persistent? I don't think so, because we saw, for instance, in the very old animals, or older elements at 188 days, that they had changes in expression and also epigenetic changes, which we did not observe in a younger age. So this is really very difficult to say, and would require lots of experiments to answer your question, to be honest.
Thank you.
So then, thanks very much, Cornelia, for this very interesting talk. And congratulations again on receiving the Leroy Award. And with this, we will wrap up with this plenary session that we've had today. I would like to thank all the speakers from the early morning, Nicola, Carolina, Elena, Linda, Achim, and also Cornelia, for the very interesting talks, and also you for the very interesting questions that you've brought to the debate. And well, I know that you have little time for lunch or less time that you were supposed to, so you'd better speed up to the lunch area. So thanks very much. Thank you.